You fool! Warren is dead. Welcome to HorrorBabble. We've assembled a second diary horror collection for your listening pleasure, comprising 7 more stories concerning the curious journal entries of the doomed. See the video description for chapter times and a link to Volume 1. Sit back and enjoy, folks. The Impossible Adventure by H.T.W. Bousfield. If you find this story incredible, I must ask you to remember that it is based upon notes made by my uncle, who died in the spring of 1939 and left me what small property he had, an old-fashioned and dilapidated house in Caithness, a quantity of debts, and very little money with which to settle them. My uncle must have been, I think, a man of greater classical learning than he believed, and if his notes had been published by himself in the form of a properly annotated paper, he might have reached the headlines. But as I hardly know the difference between Greek and Latin, other people must make what they can of the affair. I cannot even date it, but I should imagine Uncle David's impossible adventure happened in the early 30s, if one is to believe that it happened at all, because I do vaguely remember that his great-niece, Barbara Schofield, not my side of the family, was lost in an airliner in the spring of 1933 or 1934, and the house itself was badly damaged by fire about a year earlier. I say at once I have no corroborative evidence. I'm too busy to go to Greece, and I have no intention of doing so. It would cost hundreds, with an interpreter and so on. As for the MacDonald couple who looked after the Caithness house, anybody is welcome to their address, and I wish anybody joy of them, rude, independent, ungrateful, in fact, insolent. Undated. This is a brief account of an adventure that befell me, David Gannon, in Greece less than 2 years ago. I must record it before I cease to believe in it myself. My interest in Greek remains has never been scientific enough to qualify me for membership of any learned society, I fear. I have been an amateur, and rather an idle one, all my life, but I have some critical faculty in literature, and I have a natural gift for languages. Greek literature and legend consoled me in my school days, and when I visited Greece for the first time, I did not mind the primitive conditions that then confronted any traveller who went where tourists are not expected. The flowers in the valleys and the snow on the hills actually seemed more familiar and more dear than my native Scotland. I vaguely intended to write, but to my shame, I never produced anything in all the years except one small book of lyrics. I refer to my Sporadies, which appeared in 1927 and is now out of print. It wasn't a success, I may say. The English press as a whole ignored it, though a small edition went quite well in America. I suppose I was Greek mad, but I most certainly was not insane. I could not write well, I say, of the Greece I loved, but I must write now of what I saw and did and experienced during my 3rd year in Hypatia. It's in Arcadia, to use the traditional name. I made it my headquarters as soon as I saw it. Indeed, I bought in that remote mountain village a house of sorts, where I could watch the sunrise and dream my sterile dreams and write my poems that were never quite good enough, and forget that better men than I were doing real work in the world. In Hypatia, I spent the spring and early summer, undisturbed by political upheavals and changes of government. Nothing ever changed in Hypatia. It was too high and too far away. The peasants accepted me without animosity. They never treated me as an alien, and one, my real friend and my servant, had, I believe, a genuine affection for me. He was an old man called Peter. Now Greece is a volcanic country, full of semi-extinct volcanoes, a country where the hills are never quite asleep. There are earthquakes in Greece that never seem to make front-page news in London. Many earthquakes. I got quite used to them, but I remember, in March it was, being shaken almost out of my bed by what seemed an endless convulsion, so that I thought the little house would fall down on me. It did not. It was sturdily built of stone, but when Peter arrived the next morning with goat's milk and provisions, he had a tale to tell. There had been a fall of rock 500 feet above me. A vineyard had been overwhelmed. The peasants had fled to the valleys. The hilltop was scarred and broken, and Peter had been caught in the catastrophe and narrowly escaped with his life. In his guttural dialect he told me an incredible thing. "I have found a centaur," he said. "It is wounded, and unless you can help, it will die." That is the proper way in which to announce the impossible. I have found a centaur, as one might say. The trout are rising. Come quickly. Of course, we went through the natural exchange of incredulity and reassertion, but I was dressing all the time I argued and disbelieved, and I ran as fast as Peter, the old goat, up that hill. The fall of rock had been more tremendous than I'd imagined. Fortunately, it had crashed away from Hypatia. The top of the little mountain had been obliquely sliced off, as if by a sharp knife. And one astounding thing was that a great tunnel was revealed, running down spirally into the earth. It was in the mouth of this tunnel that the incredible deferred to the impossible. Most people imagine a centaur as a horse, 4 legs and all, with a man's body, neck, head, and arms where the normal horse's head would grow. Such a monster is one of the commonest things in Greek art, and there are plenty of appropriate legends to describe them. It appears that such centaurs somehow contrive to be notoriously amorous as well as chronic dipsomaniacs, and no poet or storyteller bothered to answer the many physiological questions that must have occurred to the least critical minds. But I dimly remembered that before the quadrupled centaur established himself upon the average amphora, there were earlier legends of creatures, derived before evolution or God had finally settled the problem of the ultimate body of man. Creatures human to the buttocks, and then with 2 legs indeed, but horses' legs hoofed and covered with hair. Before us, there was something that was all man to the hips, and then all horse. It might have been dead. It was unconscious. One of those strange but strangely graceful legs had been broken by a rock. There was a bruise on the forehead. I shall never be able to describe my sensations at the sight. I believe I might even have sniggered, but from the waist up, at any rate, there was a fellow creature who needed help. And from the waist up was no savage, no half-man or missing link, but a blond, strapping youth with a fine head, regular intellectual features, a mass of cropped fair hair, a muscular body. From the waist up he would have made a model for Praxiteles. From the waist down, the evolution of the human family was disproved, denied. I imagine he was about 17 years old. In the most fantastic circumstances, one can only do ordinary things. I know something of first aid. Indeed, I once began to become a doctor, but I got bored with the hard work, so I could examine it fairly professionally, and I soon found that there was nothing seriously wrong, apart from a simple fracture of the leg, and Peter, far calmer than I, helped me to carry it down to my house. It groaned once or twice, but I'd set the leg before pain really restored consciousness. Life in that face made it beautiful and intelligent. Wary blue eyes caught mine with astonishment. Movement attempted was with pain abandoned. My centaur spoke. I thought there was a hint of Greek in those unintelligible words, but nothing sounded that I could catch on to. I tried a dialect or two. Peter tried. I could see we were a millennium too modern. But with gestures, evidently, we managed to convey that we were friendly, and the centaur accepted a drink of milk, and presently slept. This strange thing had been naked when we found him. In my bed, with blankets up to his chin, he looked like an athletic undergraduate. He looked like the sort of rowing blue that flappers try to waylay for his autograph on the towing path at Putney. I said to Peter, "Have you spoken about this to anybody?" "No, sir." "Then swear to me you will not. Swear to me that until I permit you to do so, you will not even whisper that we have found— What is it that we have found?" "I think, sir," said Peter, "that we have found a young god." That day was spent by the centaur in sleep, and I spent it in trying to force some sense into my conventionally astonished brain. That night there was another upheaval, and the following morning Peter reported that the mouth of the tunnel was quite obliterated. I made Peter into a nurse, and apart from occasional attacks of awe, he did very well. The patient was quick enough to notice the awe, and I could see it relieved and amused him. Oh, he was a very normal young man of 17, with the blankets up to his chin, and he began to pick up as only youth and health can. I sat most of the time by the bedside, finding by trial and error what he liked to eat and drink. Very soon I gave up any attempt to understand his language, and I began to teach him mine. I had never taught anybody anything before, but I think he was unusually quick. He tacitly agreed to learn, and I soon discovered what he called himself. At least it sounded like Calcis, though that is the name of a city. Anyway, I called him Charles. After a bit, he realized that he was to be Charles, and he laughed and nodded. The first time he said slowly, in quite good English, "I am Charles, and you are David." I mixed myself a strong drink. I don't know why. I used to wake up in the night and disbelieve in the whole thing, until I realized I was lying on the floor and Charles had my bed. Old Peter, of course, was wonderful. I think he was as interested as I was, and I know he told nobody. But as Charles began to get better, I began to worry. What was to be done with him? Sometimes he reminded me of Pan, but there were no goat's horns on his head. His ears were not pointed, and those unbelievable hoofs were not cleft. I began to see nothing incongruous in horses' legs attached to a magnificent human body. I began to think my own useless toes that had to be cased in leather before I could carry myself over stony ground, the absurdity, the deformity. When I have time to write a full account of this, the photographs I took of Charles standing, running, sitting, will prove indeed that his lower limbs were more practical than a normal man's. Editor's note: I have not been able to find any photographs. My uncle had a camera, but 2 rolls of undeveloped films which I discovered amongst his effects produced nothing but vague shapes. HTWB. What of natural selection? Of survival of the fittest? Every speculator since Darwin has been wrong. How long would it take an ordinary modern youth, who was trying his best and who knew no English, to express himself in that language? In 3 weeks, Charles, at any rate, knew enough to tell me something about himself. According to him, the race of centaurs had always lived in enormous caverns deep under the Arcadian hills, ever since some prehistoric battle with the Greeks had almost exterminated them. You can imagine my questions. What of air? They had plenty, it seemed, which Charles supposed came from unnoticed caves in those wild regions. That must have been a fact, or Charles himself could not have existed. What of light? Torches. Imagine a race living by torchlight for 5,000 years. He added, however, that his people paid many visits to the surface of the earth, and were seldom or never seen by men. Any man or woman who came upon a centaur by chance was invariably murdered. So fear can persist. Food? They lived normally upon the blind fish caught in their underground lakes, upon mushrooms, and on any sheep or goats, birds or rabbits they managed to snare in the world above. Cereals were naturally outside their normal diet. They liked fruit when they could steal it. Vast bituminous deposits, I gathered, provided fuel for light and for fires. Their politics? A simple patriarchal community. Religion? One god who might have paralleled Kronos. One goddess, perhaps Diana. Arts? Pottery. Literature? They could write. He showed me some scrawls that I have carefully preserved. Upon my soul, they were ideographs, as you can see. I have taken particular pains to preserve them. Editor's note. I am still hoping to discover these specimens of picture writing. If I do, they will be found as an appendix to this paper. HTWB. I asked if they knew clothing, for in winter the cold in those parts can be biting. It appeared that clothing was one of their greatest problems. Almost any vegetation that they could furtively gather from the world above was beaten into fibre, and with infinite care woven into fabric. Cloth was their medium of currency. A centaur with a spare robe or two was rich. No yard of cloth that could hold together, however threadbare, was ever abandoned. And the skins of animals, of course, were used as well. But nobody wasted clothes by wearing them just to cover their nakedness. I made friends with Charles. I won his devotion by giving him a shirt, a pair of trousers, and a rather worn tie of my old school. No extravagant socialite, as I believe they call rich and idle young women, has ever been more interested in clothes than Charles. I began to feel ashamed, when he got well enough to move about, that I had not provided myself with a more imposing wardrobe. He tried on everything I had, and his only distress was that my socks and my shoes were beyond him. I had wondered at the hairlessness of his face. Can you imagine shaving with a blunt strip of immemorial tempered bronze? Apparently, that was what Charles was accustomed to, for he explained that beards were forbidden as savagery. His delight at an old safety razor and rather blunt blades was pathetic. And Charles himself? He cheerfully admitted that he had no affection for his family or his race. He had no curiosity as to their fate in the earthquake, but he was quite sure they must have survived, as they had survived 1,000 in the past. How many of his race? He neither knew nor cared, but he did know that for some hundreds of years they had been dwindling in numbers. Were there 10,000 left? Not so many. 5? Perhaps. 2,000, more likely. His own contemporaries seemed to be suffering from an epidemic of depression. If it were due to inbreeding, Charles himself showed no signs of deterioration. Himself, he had been forbidden to go up the tunnel on the night when the earthquake came by his father, the chief of the community, but he went because he did not care whether he were killed or not. How did they know when volcanic disturbances were likely? There was a special class of observers, who were also the priests, and they knew always. How, Charles did not know. He easily got bored with too much questioning, but I obtained quite enough information for a paper that will stagger the British Association. Only I do not propose to publish it until I secure proper recognition. And the end of this adventure has, of course, produced some legal difficulties. I must take advice. I don't want to be prosecuted. I realize that I may thoughtlessly have placed myself in an awkward position. One acts for the best, and then, alas, thinks later. Too late. By the time Charles was up and about, chattering to me in fluent but execrable English, overeating himself with all the luxuries I could get, and they were not many, I made him listen to my chief worry, which was his own future. At first he was blandly prepared to assume that I was always going to live in Hypatia, and he was always going to enjoy the hide-and-seek life of pretending to be a man in flannel trousers. But as his own keenness to learn English defeated his attempts to misunderstand me, we had to have a showdown. I wanted him to go back. I promised an expedition to rescue his race from their self-imposed imprisonment. I convinced him that they would run no more risk of slaughter than he had. He believed that modern men would be more than merciful, more even than benevolent. But he just would not cooperate. He said at last that he hated them, and their patriarch, his own father, most of all. His mother was dead, and he unfilially stated he had never liked her. He had no brothers or sisters. He had no friends, and he was glad of it. He admitted that the distraction of one tunnel mouth would not cut his people off from the world, but he refused to show me others. He was going with me, he said. Wherever I went, he was going to see the modern world. Even in flannel trousers, he could not hide those legs. They were comic. They were tragic in trousers. They bent the wrong way. A naked centaur might be beautiful, even awesome. A centaur in trousers was below the waist a figure of fun or of pity. And the weather was getting too hot for comfort. I was supposed to go home. Indeed, I had to go home, for my affairs needed a little attention, and my Scottish house a little care. I had to go back. I interviewed Peter, and the interview was short. Peter would obey me and not even whisper about my centaur, but look after him, feed him, hide him, protect him in my absence. Peter would not do for all the money in Athens. Then I had a telegram from my old fool of a family solicitor, who ought to have been able to do by himself what I paid him to see to instead of me. I had to go. And I found I'd drifted into an absurd affection for Charles. He was so gay and so amusing, and so utterly selfish and imprudent. He was so intelligent and quick. He could by then even read and write English. His comments on what he read enthralled me. Imagine them. No proverbial hen with one chick was such a fool as I. Very well, I said. You'll have to come to Scotland with me. And if you don't do exactly everything I tell you, down to the smallest detail, I'll kill you. You will kill me? Said Charles. My dear kind David, you could not kill me. I am strong and young, and you will not want to. I will be so good and quiet. I will never disgrace you. So far, so good. Obviously, by disguising Charles as an invalid, I could get him down to the coast, and as an invalid I could get him to Scotland without any tiresome questions being asked. But there are more things than tickets to buy when one goes from one country to another in these days. A passport for Charles was the next thing. The methods by which undesirable persons can get passports have bothered the police of every country for many years, and I have, when I thought about it, inveighed against the scoundrelly underground traffic as sincerely as any other respectable citizen. Yet without the help of that underworld, I do not know what I should have done. Since some sort of passport must have been obtained, or I could never have got Charles out of Greece, there is no point in pretending that I did not get it. It was expensive. It purported to have been signed by Curzon of Kettleston. It carried Charles's photograph, just head and shoulders, and it had an array of past visas that would have deceived the devil himself. Even if I'm prosecuted, I shall not betray the source from whence it came, because the job was well done. But I wish I had that passport still, even if it were evidence against me. During my inevitable absence in contriving this international crime, Charles, now Charles Mountain, according to that same passport, behaved with perfect circumspection, under the eye of Peter, and when I returned, feeling like a criminal, an international crook, he just said, "Now we can go?" We went. The journey was uneventful, but very tiring for me. I had to see that Charles spoke as little as possible, for his accent, naturally, was far from perfect. We decided he should always speak in a whisper when he had officially to speak, on account of some unspecified injury to his throat. Really, he was very good. He allowed himself to be wheeled about, always, on the boat that took us to Marseille, and if he did make a little noise in our cabin, I was always prepared to take the blame. I must have been over-anxious, for nobody complained. Such a handsome young man could not help attracting some attention, even in my rather shabby coats and caps and so on, and there was one young woman on that French boat who showed a very undesirable interest in him that Charles might have encouraged. But, as I say, he was very good, and I really did not give him a chance. When I was about, and I was always about, he resigned himself to the role of invalid. I told the few acquaintances I could not help picking up that he was my nephew who had been gravely injured in a motor smash. Once across France, once across the Channel, I had no more worry over his passport. Really, it was so good that nobody could question it. In Marseille, I bought him clothes. I could not bear him to be so shabby as my old things made him, so we reached Scotland without the least incident, though the journey was terribly expensive. Special carriages, stretchers, ambulances almost ruined me, but he had to go flat on his back. My house in Caithness is not marvellous. I know it needs modernizing in half a dozen ways, but it has one advantage. Robert MacDonald and his wife, who looked after it in my father's time as well as mine, are absolutely reliable. They have never, I know, approved of my journeys abroad, but they are utterly faithful, and the first thing I did when we had arrived and the ambulance men had gone away was to call old Robert into my study. I made him sit down, and I said to him, "My guest, Robert, is no ordinary man. I may as well tell you now as later. He is a demigod." "And what heathen thing may that be, sir?" "He is a centaur. He is a man, not yet a Christian maybe, but a man. Only his legs are not a man's legs. Now he is to stay here until I can decide what is to be done. You must look after him, and I rely on you not to talk, and I rely on you that Elspeth doesn't talk either." "Elspeth won't talk. But what's wrong with his legs? And what's a demigod? What heathen thing have you brought?" "I have brought here," I said, "a centaur. His legs are horses' legs." "Indeed," said Robert. "You can see him," I said. I took him into the Jacobite room. "Get up, Charles," I said. "This is Robert MacDonald, who will look after you. No need to fear him. He served my father before me." And Charles stood up and held out his hand. "Good day," said Charles in his funny accent. But Robert MacDonald crossed himself, and then he bowed. "In this house, sir," he said, "you have nothing to fear." And he turned to me. "I served your father before you, and my father did so before me. I do not know what this means, but there'll be no talking." And then he went out, and then I knew my worry was only just beginning. I'm a coward, I suppose, at least a procrastinator. No need to do anything at once. That day, and next day, and the day after, I was safe. We were safe. I needn't think immediately in that remote house where nobody would come that I didn't want to see. Time enough to decide when I had to. Old Elspeth fell for Charles at once, as definitely, though dourly, as the pretty girl on the French boat. She gave us her best cooking. She waited on Charles hand and foot. She began to hint I was cruel to the poor wean in keeping him locked up, as she described it. For his part, Charles was far too interested in his new surroundings to regard himself as a prisoner. With Robert's connivance, I got rid of the only gardener, and he could get some exercise in the grounds. But most of the time he spent in the library, and making me explain what he read of a world he still could not quite believe in. Charles was never bored, and I was not, for I saw with every hour that I must make up my mind to do something. Even if we were not discovered by some mischance, the day was bound to come when I should have to betray Charles to the world. I could not bear to think that my beautiful, amusing, incredible Charles might be photographed and placarded as a monster. It would have killed him. I'd settled matters with my old fool of a solicitor by letters and expensive trunk telephone calls, and that meant my family would know I was back from Greece. There is no defense from a family solicitor, especially a stupid one. I was actually planning a disguise for Charles, an artificial feat to be made by some bribed craftsman under the direction of a reliable orthopedist, when I got a telegram from my great-niece, Barbara, to say she had heard I was back and she proposed to come and stay with me for a week. Barbara never writes letters. Unfortunately for her, she has enough money to make her telegrams long. She was coming to stay with me because she had broken her engagement with John. Who was John? And she felt the pure air of Caithness would cure her wounded heart, or words to that effect. It was nearly lunchtime when I got that telegram, and the aged Angus, who obliges now and then by carrying telegrams from the local post office, admitted he had loitered by the way. Loitering to him meant anything you like in hours or days. To cut a long and agonizing story short, I had hardly collected Charles from the orchard and hurried him indoors when she arrived. I knew then that the game was up. Barbara Schofield, my late wife's great-niece actually, is very pretty. At least I think so. I'm not too old to admire pretty women, I hope. Her hair really is Titian red, and her eyes really are dark blue with dark lashes. She's far too pretty to be happy, for only a plain woman can be sure of a faithful husband, and only a poor woman can even hope for one. Barbara is rich, poor child, and critical and intelligent. Poor child. I had an invalid staying with me, I told her, the son of a very old friend of mine who had been grievously injured in a motor accident in Greece. The young man, indeed, was half Greek, and his English mother had died in bringing him into the world. The motor accident had caused a spinal injury, which could only be cured by rest and quiet. Barbara was all agog to see him. She had taken a course of nursing. She would look after him. That's just what you can't do, I told her. The MacDonalds do all the looking after he requires, but you can see him and read to him and maybe improve his English. He's very keen on getting better with his mother tongue. And cheer the poor boy up. Yes, I said. It will be a distraction to you, too, during your short stay here, and it will maybe take your mind off this John of yours. Who is John, by the way? I can't imagine any young man you had a fancy for letting you go. We won't talk about John, Uncle David, if you don't mind, she said. John is nothing more to me than a reminder that I can be just as much a fool as any other woman. And I thought I was wise. But what do you mean by a short visit? Don't you generally spend the summer up here? I'm going to stay a month at least. A month? I said. Don't you want me to stay, Uncle David? My dear, I said. My dear, you know you're welcome forever, but an old man with an invalid in the house, in this remote place, isn't an interesting proposition for anything as pretty as you. Uncle David, I was 21 last week, though you never sent me a birthday present, and I've come here for a rest cure. You're not going to turn me out just because there's an invalid who takes up Elspeth MacDonald's time? I'll make my own bed, and I can cook. Do you know Greek? I asked her. Now, Uncle David, You know I never went to Girton or to Oxford. If he speaks Greek and he doesn't speak French, I shall have to speak to him in English. Uncle David, did you say, thank God? I said nothing of the kind, but it's best for you to speak English to the poor boy, for that's the best way to improve his English, and he's very sensitive about not being very good yet with his mother's tongue. What's the name of this young man? Charles Mountain. Mountain was his mother's maiden name, and he is adopting it by deed poll, for he wants to get naturalized. Now go and tidy yourself for lunch, and after lunch you shall be introduced. Then I talked to Charles. I told him to be careful. I warned him not to give himself away. I reminded him that we had not yet decided just how to introduce him to the modern world. He promised to be good, but his eyes were sparkling with excitement. He was terribly good-looking. At lunch, Barbara pestered me with questions, and the less I answered them, the more curious she grew. After lunch, I took her up to Charles's room. He was swathed in blankets and rugs in his wheeled chair. They stared at each other. Good heavens, how they stared at each other. I could see what had happened. In a moment she had forgotten John, whoever John might have been. Charles perhaps had nothing to forget. When I got her away, my Charles was on fire. When I saw her later, Charles was all she would talk about. I suppose I knew then that the situation was hopeless. If there is such a thing as love at first sight, it had happened then under my roof. Every day Barbara would spend her time talking to and reading to Charles. Whenever she was out of his room, I was warning him and prompting him what to say about himself, his English mother and his Greek father. The unfortunate creature, you see, actually knew far less about modern Greece than I did. I had to describe Athens to him, Sparta, Olympus, Crete. I had to promise that I would find a way of telling Barbara the truth. I tried to convince him of the absurdity of loving a modern English girl. I tried to reopen the possibility of collecting an expedition to rescue his nation. And the implacable MacDonald warned me that there was tragedy all about us. "Why will you not get her away?" he asked me every morning. "She must go," he said. "You can see how it is with them. It can't go on. It's wicked and heathen and unchristian." He crossed himself, as he always did when we discussed Charles. "The poor creature's not to blame, but you'll be to blame. You'll have blood on your hands if the young lady doesn't leave." Barbara didn't leave. Then, too, there was the question of exercise for Charles. A youth of his age, fit and well, cannot spend his life in an invalid chair. It was MacDonald who suggested midnight exercise, and midnight exercise it had to be when Barbara was in bed and asleep. But I believe it took years off my life, the arranging of midnight runs and midnight exercise, and then trying to be normal and awake next day. Charles, of course, could sleep as an invalid should. I had no excuse for falling asleep whenever I sat down in a chair, and all the time I could not think of a way to tell Barbara the truth about Charles, and Charles was beginning to get a look in his eyes that scared me, and Barbara simply ceased to consider any date of going home or away anywhere else. Well, I suppose the end was inevitable, but if I had ever had any luck, it need not have been quite so dramatic. I could not watch over Charles's midnight exercise indefinitely. I'm not a young man any longer. It was late summer, and the weather was fine, and the moon was full, when it all happened. Elspeth MacDonald was ill, and her obstinate old husband insisted on staying with her. Now Charles was generally most abstemious. I'd naturally, as we were in Scotland, introduced him to whisky in moderation. That night, finding himself alone when he got up, for some reason he must have got drunk. I was awakened by wild singing. Chanting is perhaps the right word. There is a stone terrace on the garden side of the house, where most of the bedrooms look out. I listened half asleep for a minute or two, and then with dread in my heart I leapt out of bed and rushed to the window. There on the terrace was Charles, capering like a ballet dancer, his hoofs clattering and chanting a dirge-like chant in his nameless language. Naked as the day Peter and I found him, the sight did not seem to me so much indecent as terrifying. Beauty and grace and animalism and despair. I said that most of the bedrooms were on that side of the house. Barbara's room was one of them. Then I heard her screaming. Now, I am an elderly man, unused to alarms, and my nerves had been tried pretty high. When I heard the chanting and the screaming, only the frenzied haste with which I dressed saved me, I think, from fainting. And the clatter and the singing and the cries went on. I found Barbara half out of her open window, crying and sobbing and calling to Charles, and he took no notice of her, and went on dancing and went on singing. Remember, I was alone that night. How I got some clothes on her, how I dragged her out by the front of the house, I shall never quite remember. But by the time I'd got her into the car, she was in a state of collapse. I drove her to the doctor's, knocked him up, told him some frantic story of burglars, ghosts, and nightmares, and he gave her an injection and let her stay, and let me stay, until morning. Thank God he did. My house, most of it, was burned down that night, and Charles was burned in it. MacDonald and I buried what was left of him, but that was after Barbara, white and silent, had left for the south, borrowing money from the doctor for her fare. She never asked me to forward her belongings. She never mentioned Charles to me. She never asked any questions. I never saw or spoke to her again. But I heard she'd taken up flying, and the poor child killed herself when her plane crashed in the Mediterranean in the following year. I've always wondered if she was trying to fly to Greece. First the illegal passport, then the unreported death and burial. I still dare not make an official report, but the above is a brief, skeleton summary of the facts. Note: the house was damaged, but by no means destroyed. My old uncle patched it up before he died. Unless the whole property is dug up, I don't see how I can find the centaur's grave. Nobody seems to be sure whether or not David Gannon had an invalid visitor just before the fire, and the MacDonalds simply will not speak. But their very silence makes me think there is some truth somewhere in this incredible affair. I may take my time, but I shall probably do something, find out something definite, in the end. H.T.W.B. The Polar Vortex by Malcolm Ferguson. Among the effects of the late Leopold Lemming, multimillionaire turned scientist and dabbler, was a small battered old chest containing several hundred yards of wire on which had been recorded sounds, and a 200-page transcript of an experiment. Lemming had made his money in real estate, which is quite another thing from science, and in spite of his considerably advantageous investments in new scientific inventions, most people thought of Lemming as a shrewd businessman and only a dabbler in the sciences, or, as they put it, the pseudosciences. This opinion continued throughout the estate's auction at the appearance of such fantastic objects as rune-hilted swords, waxen images of notables, volumes of Paracelsus, the Book of the Dead, and Cotton Mather, all copiously annotated in a cryptic shorthand, with now and then a vehement objection bursting into English, as he disagreed with one or another of these. There were quite a number of these objects, some common, some very esoteric indeed, but all apparently appraised as to their validity. Then there were volumes on the sciences, astronomy, mathematics, physics predominantly, all bearing this code of the modern Pepys, whose choice of objects was so strange. The most curious acquisition made from Lemming's effects, however, was the battered old chest, which contained the manuscript in English, the dictaphone wire, and a small sheaf of notes, which turned out to be the casebook of an experiment Lemming had made in connection with his observatory at the South Pole. These effects gave evidence of a shocking ruthlessness, blindly idolatrous to the acquisition of scientific knowledge, revealing a curiously terrible experiment which could be pieced together from the notebook Lemming used and the wire reel. The Casebook of Daniel Imbrifer. 1st of February. I'm opening this notebook with high hopes. I think Daniel Imbrifer will be an excellent subject. Clerk by day, student by night, he strives with the valor of Prometheus. He'll do. And now, 2 years to the day since I laid the cornerstone of the glass-domed observatory at the South Magnetic Pole, I've met him in a bookstore, vastly hungering for knowledge, and for as much as he could not buy both books and food. Just under 6 foot tall, raven-haired, that he was a fathomer of dark pools was reflected in his eyes. I hope to plumb the depths of those pools and stir them into a mad wrath that spews up the long-hidden debris of their deepest abysms. I want to whip up such a tidal frenzy in his mind that all surface craft will be lost, and derelict thoughts be riven from their mud-moored deeps. But not a bit of this eagerness could be seen in my casual introduction, as we both groped for the same book. In a moment he knew me from various news photos and articles. We talked, I feigning interest in several odd volumes, he unfolding forthright views on science and myth alike under my discreet probings, proving with every word to be the man I wanted for my experiment. A noble mind, full of youthful energy, impatient to storm the gates of wisdom. 17th of March. Imbrifer and I sat late in my library, and over the third highball I showed him the model of my Antarctic planetarium. I had mentioned it often. Now I was ready. I explained to him that there was to be a council of scientists there, and cunningly interwove names known to him and names known only to my mind. I spoke with regret of my unsuccessful attempts to get someone who could represent the layman, since all these men had pursued their theory so long that they were blind to all others. A good pupil demands clear expression from his teacher, and often finds the weak places in an exposition, I argued. With such a student, we could inaugurate a series of round-table discussions, of seminars, of papers and paper chases. How could he be anything but impressed by this, and by the model of the sheer-glass, double-thick hemisphere in the deserted waste of the Antarctic, whose winter is a perpetual night? I dissembled the model and showed him the subterrane dynamo, the storage passageways, enough devices to ensure the safety of a dozen men for a year at least. I showed him the telescope alongside the observatory, which, even in the model, could be raised cunningly from its garage just as coastal guns are brought into place. And Imbrifer saw that the telescope could fathom the skies, recording on the deep screen before him what it probed, as if on an oversized television screen. It's a delicate machine, yet especially made to withstand cold, with the advantage that in the winter nights of the South Polar region there are a minimum of deflecting heat waves. Imbrifer took it all in, and I've taken him in. He's hooked. I've yet to get him to take the custodianship of the place until the conference starts. Say a month from the time we leave him there, flying away, his eye fixed as a cyclops is on the sky. I have yet to explain to him the apparatus for projecting an artificial skyscraper in cloudy weather. Perhaps I'll leave that until he gets there. But he's a prober, all concerned for the science of the thing, lured to look at the fascinating, and away from my magic-making skullduggery, teasing his mind to reveal its secrets, catching himself in superstitions and intimations of mortality, and then perplexing himself with why, anon playing cat and mouse with a whim, letting it go and catching it again. 29th of March. It is agreed. Daniel Imbrifer will fly with me on the 14th of next month. I promised him the crop's cream of scientists, and so regaled him. He's to represent every man, or his equivalent in the inquiring man of today, at this intellectual Olympiad. While most of this is secret, I have had his picture taken as assisting me in research, and it's appearing in newspapers here and there. For 1 month, I told him yesterday, he is to be the sole caretaker at the Polar Observatory, relieving the 4 men now on duty there. He is to study the earth and the heavens, the vast deeps of space, and the tiny realm of man. I explained that as one goes to a foreign country to learn its language, here was his opportunity to study astronomy, to contemplate with all the resources of modern science the stars and the space between the stars. But little does he realize, storming the gates of wisdom, that this may be too much, that like no other man on earth, this world will be too little with him. Of course, I've shown him that physically he will be quite safe. Physically, yes, as snug as a bug in a rug. Auxiliary heating equipment, an emergency dynamo, and an oil heating system if these should fail. A veritable anthill of tunnels, stocked with more food than such a student as he was used to, rayed out, dry, cool, and air-conditioned, into the ice and frozen earth below. 14th of April, at the South Pole. The giant plane landed on the rough ice outside, taxiing to within 100 yards of the polished dome, which had kept its perfect sheen under the combined protection of an oil which prevents blown ice particles from forming and piling up, an invisibly fine vein de-icing system raying throughout the sheer glass dome, and a judicious placing of the observatory at the bottom of a shallow bowl, which is perpetually scooped by the winds themselves, yet is shallow enough to give the observatory an excellent horizon. The 4 caretakers, on shift for a month, greeted us enthusiastically. I have to keep them as much out of Imbrifer's way as I can, and exert all care that they pack their books and cards and magazines and games, with which they pass the time and beat boredom back. I hit on the scheme of opposing such vain frivolities for my student friend with a sanctimonious air that was quite out of my character. 15th of April, at the South Pole, or, to be technical, at the hypothetical magnetic South Pole, diametrically antipodal to the magnetic North Pole. Today I leave Daniel Imbrifer to his studies, to burn the midnight oil in the uninterrupted Antarctic night, and with problems as ponderable as the night is long. He and I checked the observatory's apparatus, its temperature kept evenly at a chilly 58.6 degrees Fahrenheit, its air conditioning functioning perfectly, preventing heat waves from piling up under the dome, but creating a steady, fountain-shaped current of air, and keeping sight of the stars undistorted. And below us purred this giant dynamo with a low, even pulsing, which was barely perceptible. The lighting in the dome has been cut down to 3 shielded stroboscopic lights. One casts a wan light over a study table, another at the head of the bed on a gooseneck to swing over the low bookshelf, the third by the apparatus for raising the telescope. This was the extent of the furniture under the dome, and the smooth, heavy steel floor has only the trapdoor leading to the underground plant in the center. Around this is a steel ring, flush with the floor, which will reveal its purpose to Imbrifer in a short while. I checked its mechanism, as delicate as a watch, and found that when heavy clouds obscure the heavens, the electric eye will release a jetty vapor to fill the empty airspace between the inner and outer layer of glass in the dome. The ring in the floor will become a band of light, projecting on the dome's vapid black an exact replica of the heavens, as they would have appeared as the earth turns. And just as readily, the cunning show gives way to the real one. Perhaps this device will ignite the powder train which will set fire to Imbrifer's brain, until he feels a tottery atlas indeed. This device I set in motion, and yet one more. The dictaphone, whose wires will start with every sound and stop with every silence, catching every stirring above the pounding of the pulses in the brain's turbine. So, Extracts from the Diary of Daniel Imbrifer. 16th of April. At 13:50 hours by my watch, Mr. Lemming and his 4 caretakers left, having instructed me thoroughly regarding the equipment I will need to use here. It is strange that there is no communication with the rest of the world, or any reception of news of any kind. I objected strongly when he started to take the radio out, but he flew into such a rage that I finally let him have his way. He has an outline study program prepared, with questions for me to ponder. Insolvable questions categorically stated about dwarf stars, variable stars, comets, nebulae, gravitational pulls, orbits, the origin of the Milky Way, and its present direction of movement. The bookcase contains a dozen books on astronomy, celestial navigation, and mathematics, plus a strange typescript volume containing a collection of folklore and mythology concerning man's contemplation of the heavens. Selections from Pliny, Max Muller, Sigmund Freud, Sir James Fraser, Oswald Spengler, Dean Swift, Fiona MacLeod, Andrew Lang, Novalis, and the literature of ancient Egypt and Arabia, all showing man's perplexed fascination with the night sky. But all my scrambling around is but the reflection of my loneliness, for immediately as the green castor and red pollux on the plane's wings grew dim against the less colourful stars, loneliness rushed to my heart and took possession of my marrow. This tiny toadstool at the earth's Ultima Thule was to be my place of vigil. Well, I must stick it out now. If all goes well, I can afford to try a few experiments of my own after all this. 18th of April. The sky being brilliant, I summoned the Sentinel telescope and swept the heavens, the stars crystal clear in the Antarctic cold. Those of higher magnitude delineated as suspended in space, but what caught my eye as I followed the majestic sweep of the Milky Way across the sky was a void, an empty well in the sky, a sudden break in the spate of stars. This hole or blind spot is remarkably situated to catch the eye, being near the zenith in the lower left quadrant of the Southern Cross. Find the Southern Cross, the cynosure of all navigators below the equator, and this void gapes before you. It is the coal sack, gaping utterly devoid of stars from this hemisphere's most conspicuous spot. 20th of April. My calendar and my watch tell me it is the 20th of April, but my irregular hours will soon trample down the barriers between the days, since there's no daylight and dark to distinguish them. I find myself pacing the even surface of the steel floor. I linger over my meals, but the whole eating process can't be protracted over 3/4 of an hour somehow. I now know what the dour-scorched caretaker meant when he got wind of the fact that I was to spend a month here alone. It shouldn't be, mon. A young lad like ye. It's nae good for you to be withouten a roof. You canna keep your skull's cap on withouten a roof. 'Tis agin nature and God. And with that he took 2 quarts of whiskey, and with finger to lips he hid them in amongst the canned food. A little later he was about to give me a pack of cards, but Mr. Lemming interfered. Mr. Lemming is a strange figure, commonplace enough in appearance, yet how he tramples beauty and life underfoot in his search for truth. Doesn't he realize that truth should be cut in chunks man can swallow? That science, unless devoted to the orientation of mankind to this world, rather than to the bedevilment of mankind for your own satisfaction and perhaps even knowledge, is a perversion. Mr. Lemming's damn-the-cost attitude is too big for this world. I thought today that I'd at last be able to turn my thoughts to earth, at least for long enough to get my breath. But I didn't count on the genius of Mr. Lemming, who produced an image of the heavens on the dome of the observatory. It's a clever thing, throwing every detail visible to the naked eye upon the glassed dome. I suppose he'd explain it as, for the guidance of the council, but I see it as an effort to sever my mental associations with the man-sized world and draw me out into the realms of space. How little I realized when I came here. Is it really my imagination? Or is Mr. Lemming trying to condition my thoughts? How? Why? I remember a puppet show in which a man suddenly appeared as a fearsome giant after I had become used to the deft, graciously proportioned Lilliputians. Thus our premises of thought are altered, yet we are always human beings, not titans, nor want to be. 22nd of April. I could not bring myself to write anything yesterday. I studied and made notes on the southern constellations, examining the double stars all wound up in each other's fate, the dwarf stars looking what their name implies under the terrific weight of their bodies. I could not help but imagine attributes for the various stars, a childish trick firmly rooted in the mind of man. 23rd of April. I'm still studying books on this world and this universe. I remember of a man studying the phenomenon of sleep for so long and so deeply that he inhibited himself from going to sleep. He murdered sleep and had to seek rest in a sanitarium. 24th of April. After writing the words above, I went to sleep readily enough, but awoke in sudden fright, somehow startled, perhaps by a cramped position. The first thing I saw was that baleful emptiness, the coal sack yawning like an ape's gape in the night, dark, in a world of dark. 25th of April. Tired. I had better not write. Brain fag. Sorry, Everil, old boy, but the first person is not well. 26th of April. Today, I took one of the books and went downstairs, but the lighting is bad. I could feel the stars above me if I could not see them. It was worse, as if the fourth dimension were lurking to swallow me into thin air. I had better stand and fight like a man. If I am going to fear anything, I want to find it out before it finds me out. Apparently at this point, the noises transcribed on the wire do not reflect alarming aberrations. An inordinate amount of pacing back and forth restlessly, a good deal of talking to himself, though nothing as fascinating or understandable as the diary. Very little laughter, except for a sardonic chuckle. At one point, Imberfer took to running around the observatory, but whether from nervousness or from a planned project to exercise cannot be known. 27th of April. Poking around in the below-surface regions, trying to consume as much time as possible making dinner, yet at the same time subconsciously speeding up and teasing myself with my bodings, when I found a covered disc in the center of the floor and set in front of the hatch ladder. I unscrewed the 2 screws that kept the cover in place and found a mariner's compass. I tripped the release on the compass, setting it in motion. The release somehow broke in doing so, but I soon overlooked this as I watched the strange action of the compass. It fluctuated, wobbled, and spun for a moment, and finally settled down to spin slowly but steadily. Deliberately and determinedly it set about to register all points north, around and round and round. I suppose it sounds natural, but it was a possibility I had never anticipated. Apparently set in the center of the building's foundation, it won't budge. It's the only compass here, too. Is this the reaction a compass should make when located as this one is? The Earth's axis seems very real to me, as if it ran directly through the center of this building. I wonder if a plum, suspended free, would swing round instead of back and forth. I wish there were enough space to try it. I've been sitting here musing for 3 hours now. Here is empirical evidence that I am the man in the mulberry bush, and all men grope around me. Here is interpolated the first of the recordings from the wire, following a mad crescendo of laughter. Laugh, damn you, laugh. It will steady your nerves. Oh. Now, let me think this thing through. Here I am, at the imaginary point around which this giant gyroscope whirls. This small compass is cogged to whirl about the same central point as does the Earth, but though concentric, it whirls faster, being somehow the center of a smaller circle. Only at this orbit is the spin registered, since everywhere else it's offline. Even a mile off, the distance absorbs the whirl, though the compass begins to act queerly. The laws of gravitation offset all centrifugal force. Well, they do here for that matter, but there's still all that extra whirl left. No, it can't be. Where is that whiskey the Scotchman left? Here, if I can reach it. I seem to be walking all right on this dizzying disk. If only that damned compass would stop acting like a weathercock in the center of a cyclone. Ah, here it is. Tell me why the stars do shine. Say, that's good. It's a long time since I sang that in church. Tell me why the stars do shine. Tell me why the ivy twines. Tell me why the sky's so blue. How about that ivy business? That's strange. North of the equator it spins counterclockwise, just like a cyclone. South of the equator the vine twines clockwise, just like the cyclone. At the equator the effect is most dissipated. No crises there. But at the center of this little O, this orb, it spirals to beat hell. And that, as Kipling would say if he had been drinking, is why we have no ivy at the poles. It's also why you don't see streamers around the South Pole come May Day. 28th of April. I awoke lying across my bed, feeling rotten, fully dressed. I am not a drinking man, and feel down at the edges. But perhaps it's a good thing. This place is getting me down, and I don't mean because it's down under here either. That's a lot of imaginary nonsense. It is, truly enough, one of the poles, though, and like only one other point in the world, its antipode, its nadir, its opposite. I feel better now. Perhaps I can study again. 29th of April. Today I contemplated the space between the stars, looking first at our nearest neighbor, Alpha Centaurus, and then I found, with difficulty, the external galaxy in, or rather behind, the constellation of Centaurus. This is another Milky Way. This wee haze amounts to somewhere near as much as most of the rest of our horizon's view for size. From Alpha Centaurus, light is supposed to take 4 years and 4 months, dragging its heels at its usual speed in a vacuum getting around to us. 2nd of May. My precarious equilibrium has been maintained, largely by not asking myself too many questions, and by not thinking about anything. As I spun the telescope away from a variable star I was watching, stars of the Milky Way swam across my field of vision as so many motes. Many of them are larger than our sun, and several thousand light-years away. And then the bottom dropped out, as it were, as if this were too much for this mechanical contraption. It registered nothing. Nothing. A blank black. I looked up. Yes, the stars still shone, but the telescope's field was a blank. Fearfully and with moist palms I turned the dial. A star appeared at the lower right corner. I spun the dial away, up and to the left. Another star appeared. Then the troop of the Milky Way, as if the celestial ballet had started afresh. I'm afraid I whimpered at this, and fell all a-tremble like a puppy. I had accidentally stumbled on the coal sack, and it had taken me unawares. There is something about that celestial blind spot that makes me want to cower in a corner. But this damned place is round. 3rd of May. My watch stopped when I slept. I can tell time roughly by the stars, but I might easily become confused and lose track of the days. Then I'd be afraid to reckon up, for fear I'd lose a day or a week, and have it here ahead of me. I wonder if my pulse stopped, or whether it was some baleful influence here. Last night a terrible dream wrought me. A vine twined quickly out of space and seized my head. I awoke, screaming, and right above me was the lurking pit out of which the spiral spun. It seemed ages that I cowered in bed, cursing my cowardice, afraid of reality, afraid of dream. 4th of May, I guess. Relief! Relief! Damn Lemming! Something he hadn't thought of. A straw for me to clutch at as I whirl in the center of this polar maelstrom. An earthly phenomenon. One he hadn't anticipated either. He who ruled out snow and the rushing balm of a frozen death from his little study of this poor student, Daniel Imbrifer. He who created the glassy image of the heavens to taunt me, who exposed me to the gaze of the deeps, to the hypnotic pull of this vastness of space, drawing me out as oil on water, in an element equally foreign and fearsome. The phenomenon sheds more light rather than less. The aurora australis. This earthly phenomenon has helped me get my feet under myself, at least for long enough to learn that my mind is that of a poor earthling and should not seek to soar too far. In this assurance I have won, for though I lose my mind, I have really gained it. Life surges back, and the pulses pace for a moment more sedately. At first the aurora australis marched slowly in crackling white radiance, as if the atmosphere were raining manna. Then in colored energy, dancing from horizon to horizon, taking in its bounds at a boar's oil leap. Lord, once again to be an awestruck earthling and watch the hound of heaven, the leaping Loki, the frozen lightning, the shattered rainbow, energy snared and transformed by witchery, a Hyperborean Ariel, an impersonalized nervousness which drives out my own. My pen flows evenly, swiftly, as this phenomenon continues, because when it dies down, my energy will begin to charge and leap up. Later. The aurora australis is gone, but my mind is still in the ways of men. Though alone on the night side of the world, I know the rest is there, that the sun greets most men the world around. That work and days go on, I know. That men work at the vast drop forges, at the antiquated ploughs, that they ogle the women and test their strength with other men at games, that they are often cruel, but that there will always and ultimately be beauty and a warming of the heart, and though many are killed, some will see light and humility. Later. Perhaps I can last out the month, though I doubt it. I am afraid to compute the time and date by celestial means. I am afraid that time has stood still, or perhaps has crept at snail's pace, as if the snail had started at the back of my skull-bone, and had not yet lumped up under my hair at the top of my head. But such thoughts spin into the abysms of madness. And yet even unafflicted people use mad concepts, though they no more realize than they do the fact the earth is spinning and time speeding with it, though they see that the sun rises and sets while I do not. This morning I awoke quietly, and kept a blanket over my head until I had my wits about me. Then boldly looked out at the sky sinking into infinity, suspended in infinity. I think I can stand it today, though. I tried to make a deck of cards, but fearing I would become superstitious as luck played tricks with me. I would have embodied luck as an unseen presence behind me, fearfully pointing the skeletal hand at a card. And there is enough behind me that I have to keep driving back mentally. Sometimes obsession rides my back like a twining corpse. I will choose my thoughts carefully today being determined as the period until I grow sufficiently tired to seek rest. I cast about me for something to do, to keep me occupied. In this calm moment I see that it is quite probable that Lemming did, wholly by design, plan to use me as his guinea pig. Since one man has willed that this be so, and since I cannot alter it, I will let this record continue as long as it will to express this emotional disbursement and end either when I'm rescued or as it will. From the wire dictaphone. I am alone on earth. Once there were Adam and Eve, and pinch me. Adam and Eve have gone off and left me here all alone. I make the world go round on course, on time. But what if I should fall asleep and it should stop, and the rest of the universe be spinning except the world? There's a good boy. Crank the spit. If I could only really tell why I turn this world around. It's all in your imagination, Danny. It's all in your imagination. Damn that blasphemous compass. I'll break it. That's what I'll do. I'll get something heavy and drop it on it. This chair will do. There, that's better, but... oh, it gapes like an empty socket. What have I done? Now the diary again. Later. Yesterday I broke the compass, but I solved nothing by that. It still goes around in my mind. I was childish, and I am just aggravating myself. I am sorry. It would be better if I left it undamaged. Then I could see that things are as they are and get a foothold on facts that are fast eluding me. The wire record again. Yes, stop whirling. That ape's hairy black arm grasping the world from that ebb and emptiness of the coal sack turned inside out. Stop spinning me swiveling. Too fast. The world grasped as seaweed clenches a clam, but whirling as the ape's arm spins it. Unkinking. No. Grasping hand, pressing palm, sweat, pulled. It's me you want. Wait. I'll stand at the nub's hub. I'll howl it down. Yeah! Notes of Mr. Leopold Lemming. The body of Daniel Imbrifer was found at the foot of his bed, his feet tangled in bedclothes, his skull broken on the steel floor. He had apparently set out to stand astride this mad world. I wonder. Fortunately, I entered first, well expecting such a discovery. The crew of the ship is quite different from the one which took me away 2.5 months ago. Both crews believe I left Imbrifer for only a week, though he anticipated a month's stay only, and no one knows the devices I have here, not all of them, or why. Now, before they come in, I will gather and put aside all the data on Imbrifer. Here comes the pilot. I'll be shocked at my discovery. Within 24 hours, we should leave here. The Bed of Shadows by Fred R. Farrow, Jr. March 6th. At last, after 2 months of sleeping on a cot, I am back in my own room again. It has been completely redecorated and refurnished. First of all, it now boasts a real fireplace, not one of those make-believe electric affairs, but one with andirons and a screen. How cozy it will be to read by its flickering light on long winter nights. The walls are panelled in driftwood oak, up to within 2 feet of the ceiling, which is papered in some odd design. The furniture, selected by my sister Myra, is of the early colonial period. The bed especially is a prize, a huge, grim four-poster, with dingy dark maroon drapes on the sides and open at the top. As I have a passion for reading in bed, Myra has provided a wrought-iron bridge lamp which can be swung so as to illuminate my book. The room is so delightfully gloomy that I can hardly wait until evening to lie there in bed and begin reading Ghost House, which I picked up at the store today. March 7th. As I had intended, I retired about 11 last night to read. I had my bridge lamp on, and the curtains on that side of the bed were drawn back. The interior looked so dark except where the light shone through the parted curtains, that it seemed almost like entering a tomb. There was a log fire which cast queer, quavering shadows on the ceiling. The ceiling, I had not noticed before what sort of paper Myra had picked out for the ceiling. It has a most intriguing design of scroll-work on a dark background. I lay in my gloomy bed and idly traced out the intricate curves in the wavering firelight. My book is only fair. I read about 2 chapters and then put it down. My eyes wandered to the ceiling. I shall read some more tonight. There is a faint, musty smell in the air. Perhaps the curtains need airing. I shall speak to Myra about it tomorrow. March 8th. It is wonderful to have a fireplace in one's room. It seems so completely comfortable when the fire is just barely flickering to watch the little flames leaping up from the charred logs. I read some more of Ghost House. The book gets better as I progress. From time to time I cast my gaze up at the ceiling. I don't know why, but somehow I enjoy looking at the odd design of scrolls and spirals. A queer pastime, but fascinating. If Myra knew, she would wonder at it. I wonder myself. March 9th. As soon as I retired last night, my gaze rested on the ceiling. For the first time I seemed to feel attracted in some vague, uncomfortable way by the queer spirals on the paper. What was it that I read long ago about certain Kabbalistic signs and their power to hypnotize one who looked at them too long? I seem to remember only the one called the swastika. Surely there were none on my paper. Again, I noticed the peculiar odor. Myra declares she airs the room every morning. Just a word about my dreams. For the past 2 nights I have dreamed about my room. In the dream room there is something indefinably terrible. I cannot place what it is as yet. I wake up with an uneasy feeling that all is not as it should be in my room. Perhaps I shall have the same dream again. Strange that I have had it now for 2 consecutive nights. March 10th, Sunday. Again I have had the same dream. In some odd fashion in my dream I seem to be in my gloomy old 4-poster, the curtains tightly closed, looking up at the ceiling which is fitfully illuminated by the dying fire. I know definitely that the disturbing influence, whatever it is in the ceiling. This morning, when I awoke, I was exhausted. Perhaps I do not sleep at all, but lie there all night, tracing out those maddening curves and spirals by the light of the fire. Oh, terrible thought, that of not knowing whether one is actually dreaming or lying there in that dim, shadowy void between true slumber and wakefulness. I must go to bed early tonight. If my book becomes more exciting, I may be able to keep my eyes from those mocking spirals on the ceiling. I hope so. March 11th. A peculiar thing happened last night. As it was Sunday, I retired early to read. After an unsuccessful attempt to rivet my mind on my book, I put it down in disgust. Eagerly, why do I use the word? My eyes turned to the ceiling. For the first time, instead of tracing out the little scrolls and whorls, I saw the thing as a whole. It is strange and a little uncanny, for the vague, blurred outline bears a semblance to some monster. If I look directly, I cannot see it. If, however, I look out of the corner of one eye, then it takes shape. I got out of bed to throw a log on the fire. Immediately, the whole fantastic design seemed to fade away and became simply the papered ceiling. Seen from the bed again, the faint, irregular outline reappeared after a few moments. Perhaps I should get rid of the 4-poster. It is so huge and even sinister with its old red drapes that It may be affecting me as I lie there, night after night, trying to read my book. Certainly there's a smell as of old cloth. Myra came in last night. "Can't you sleep, Paul?" she asked. "No, dear. I've been reading and have read myself wide awake." Dear girl, she would never understand. She has no imagination. Show her a fragment of cloth from an airplane wing brought down in battle, she would see simply a piece of cloth, so many inches wide by so long, possibly a bit soiled. She would get no thrill at the thought, nor would she even think of that piece of cloth, miles above the earth, helping to sustain the plane, dodging and dipping around, and finally coming down with terrible speed after a well-directed shot. Ah, well, maybe she is better off without an imagination. Perhaps most truly happy people are so, because they lack one. March 12th. This thing is becoming fascinating. As I undressed last night, I looked up at the ceiling. Ordinary, commonplace paper with a design. As soon as I got in bed, though, I looked up and saw the outline of the, shall I say, thing? It has only a vague shape, and I cannot say just what it resembles. I tried the experiment of leaning out one side of the bed. Immediately the form disappeared. Can it be because of the poor lighting, and the fact that I in my bed lie in comparative darkness? Or is it something evil and sinister that is taking place? I have had no more dreams. March 13th. Tonight I gave up all pretense of reading. The form in the ceiling fascinates me. Its shape is becoming more and more clearly defined. I am anxious, and yet I dread to see what it will resemble if it continues to grow in clearness. Myra suspects something. She questioned me several times as to why I look so worn and haggard after what she thinks is a good night's sleep. If she only knew, she would not wonder. But she must never know, or she will think I am mad. Perhaps I am. I wonder. March 14th. My work at the office suffers because of the strange fascination of the ceiling. I cannot keep my mind off it for a single moment. At night, as soon as I can leave Myra on a pretext of reading in bed, as though anyone could read inside those old dark drapes, I slip into my dressing gown and lie there gazing at the ceiling. It is now more than just interest which draws my attention. It is like an awful attraction which compels us against our very will to look at some terrible accident or catastrophe when we would like to shut our eyes. The form is growing clearer. It resembles a gigantic bat. March 15th. I must get rid of my four-poster. It is exerting some evil influence over me, I am sure. Still, I have a morbid desire to see this thing through to the finish. Last night, the details of the shape in the ceiling became more and more pronounced. I imagined I saw its eyes. In addition, some of the scrolls and spirals seemed actually to writhe. I could not have been asleep. The bridge lamp was on. I have a feeling that soon the purpose back of all this will be terribly revealed to me. Somehow I can detach my mind for a time and regard myself in this grim little drama from a distance. I see myself inside my darkened bed behind the red drapes, a look of terrible fascination in my eyes, looking, watching, waiting. For what? March 16th. I am writing this in bed, and will make notes of all that happens. As soon as I closed the drapes, I looked up at the ceiling. It was already there, a huge, irregular, murky blot on the paper with the writhing scrolls and spirals. The thing is gaining in clarity and definition. Now as I lie here and look up, its form is quite distinct. I am watching it. I can see its ribbed wings and its little red eyes. Can I be sane? Evilly glowing. An odour of things long since consigned to the grave pervades the air. the smell of a charnel house. The fire has almost gone out. As the wood ashes smoulder and fall to the hearth, the thing in the ceiling seems suddenly to move. Its great bony wings flap slowly and clumsily. It is crawling along the ceiling, until it gets directly over my head. It is only a few feet away. Closer, and, oh God, it's going to jump down. The young man was found dead in bed the following morning, an unforgettable look of horror in his wide, staring eyes. Death, the coroner reported, due to heart failure, evidently induced by some violent shock. But engraven in tiny characters in the ugly carved headboard of the grim old four-poster was found the curious legend, "Let him that sleepeth in this bed take heed ere reason leave his head." The Way Home by Paul Frederick Stern. It is still raining as though all the water of all the oceans had been sucked up into the heavens, and would all have to pour steadily down again before the rain stops. It is not a stormy rain. There is no wind. Now and then, distant lightning flares, but the flares are soft, and no crack of thunder accompanies them. There is just the rain pounding steadily down, transilluminated now and then by the diffused sheets of lightning. The rain is trying to tell me something, as I sit here at 2 o'clock in the morning in this telegraph office. The way the drops sift against the broad plate glass window, the way they trickle down the pane to converge near the bottom in many small rivers. They are trying to whisper something to me, but I can't make out what it is. I don't know what the message can be. In fact, I don't seem to know anything. About myself, I mean, and my place in the world. All I know is that I, an unidentified human being, sit here, scribbling on the backs of telegraph blanks in the black of early morning, and try to learn something about myself. Amnesia, I suppose. I've always rather doubted the statement that a man can completely lose his identity, due to illness or accident or overwork. But now I seem to be going through the same experience, and I am learning at first hand just how completely memory can leave a person. As far as I can remember, I'm only 2 hours old, and I wouldn't even know the time had I not chanced to see a clock in a barber-shop window at about the moment when I began to look around and observe and remember. Only 2 hours old in actual consciousness. It was raining 2 hours ago as it is now. I was on a country road, just passing a cluster of houses with a store and a barber shop among them. There was a sign at the side of the road. The sign said, "City Limits." I don't know where I'd been, where I came from. Accident, illness, something took my memory. I'm inclined to think an accident is responsible, for I am bareheaded, and I was dishevelled and dirty when I waked to memory. Dirty? Good heavens! I was clogged with dirt, filthy with it. Not dirt exactly, but earth, as though I'd been tossed from a wrecked car into a rain-soaked, newly ploughed field. Yet I don't remember driving or riding in any car. I remember nothing, save suddenly walking past the city limits sign, bareheaded, with the rain gradually washing me clean. I have been walking since then, aimlessly, trying to remember who and what I am. The name, Justin Crow, keeps swimming through my mind. I believe that is my name, though I am not sure. That and my 2 hours in the rain are all I know. Those 2 hours were rather nightmarish. I kept walking, because I thought that if I did, my feet might automatically take me to wherever it is I live. But they didn't. At least if they did, I was unable to recognize the address when I passed it. During the walk, I avoided as much as possible what few people I saw abroad in the rain so late at night. Without a hat in the steady downpour, with my clothes as soaked as if I'd fallen into the lake with them on, wandering aimlessly, I knew I'd attract a lot of attention. But it seems to me I attracted more than I should have. That policeman I passed shortly after getting into the city proper, I thought for a moment I was going to be arrested there. He saw me before I saw him, I guess. Anyhow, I looked up to see him standing in the rays of a streetlight half a block ahead of me, watching me intently. I started to cross the street, but that would have looked suspicious, of course. So, after a pause, I went on toward him. How he stared at me. He kept his head lowered a little, with his eyes peering out from under the visor of his slicker-protected uniform cap. When I kept my head down, too, I could see him stoop a bit to try to look up more squarely at my face. He didn't try to stop me, though I was sure I would feel his hand on my shoulder. But he looked at me till I was out of sight in the steady rain. I glanced back twice to see, and I know. It was that way with the few others I passed in the rain-drenched darkness. Without exception, they seemed very much excited by the sight of me. One woman screamed a little and turned and ran from me. 2 men of the dozen or so I walked past exclaimed something or other aloud and hastily crossed the street. I suppose they thought I was drunk. That would be the natural thought when you see a bare-headed man wandering with soaked garments in the pouring rain. But would a drunken man affect passers-by quite so much? One other theory has occurred to me. I don't like it a bit, but I am forced to consider it because of the way my presence appears to disturb people. That is, that I am some notorious bandit. Am I, in my real, conscious life, some widely photographed public enemy? Is my face known and feared by all in the city? That would account for the excitement the mere sight of me has aroused in most of the people I've encountered. But if that is true, wouldn't the patrolman have arrested me? Certainly it is impossible for a man to be in a more miserable position than I. I am cold. The rain is not a particularly cold rain, nor is it the pelting, penetrating kind. Still, with no protection from it, I am cold. My fingers feel like numb sticks as I write. I am literally soaked. My clothes stream water in a pool on the tiled floor of the telegraph office as I sit here with the rain making a temporary wall of water on the glass between me and the chilly dawn. Soon, I'll be out in it again. I am shelterless. I don't know where I live, and I can't seek lodgings for the night because I have no money with me. In fact, I have nothing with me. Not one thing is in my pocket. Isn't that odd? Ill or well, with mind conscious or a blank, a man of 40 or so, as I judge myself to be, should have something in his pockets. But in mine there is not one thing, not a handkerchief, not a knife, not a coin or a key or a pencil. I could try to beg enough for a bed, I suppose. But I shrink from the thought after the way people have acted at the sight of me. If I approached a person for a quarter, bareheaded, drenched at this hour of the morning, that person might knock me down or run. No. There seems nothing to do but keep on trying to find out who and what I am and where I live. Perhaps it will come in a flash at any moment. This writing, in fact, is being done in the hope that I can identify myself. Outside in the storm, I paused before the big window of this all-night telegraph office. The sight of the piled telegraph blanks, and the pencils on their little chains, and the chairs and desks for writing, gave me the idea. There is nothing like writing for recapturing a lost idea. Sit down composedly, scrawl on paper anything that comes into your mind, and eventually you may trace your lost idea from the scraps. That was my notion. So I came in here and seated myself and started to scribble. But I must say I have learned nothing so far. I still know only that 2 hours ago I was passing the city limits sign, dishevelled, dirty, bareheaded with empty pockets. I still have no idea of my identity, save that I think my name is Justin Crow. I believe I'm going to have to get out of here pretty soon. Since I entered, the girl and the man in charge of the place have kept looking at me suspiciously. Now they're standing together behind the breast-high counter a few feet from the line of desks where I sit. They're whispering to each other and looking at me. I've kept my head down as I write, because the way the people on the streets acted at sight of me has persisted in my mind. The two behind the counter are trying to see my face more clearly, but for a little while longer I can probably stay here, filling one telegraph blank after another with my scrawls, trying to locate myself, fishing for memory, catching at straws. One straw is the rain drumming on the deserted sidewalk outside, trickling in dreary rivulets down the plate glass. I've heard that and seen that somewhere before. It has been recently, and it was during a crucial time in my life. The rain, trying to tell me something. But what? The two at the counter are going to put an end to this. The girl, a slight, rather pretty blonde, has cleared her throat nervously. The man, a dark-haired youngster with black cloth guards on his sleeves, is peering at me more intently. I am keeping my head stubbornly close to the paper I write on, so that all they can see is the top of my head. But I can't sit this way all night. Would you like to send a telegram? The girl has just asked me that, and I see the man's hand moving a little at the counter as though he were reaching for a gun. Would you like to send a telegram, sir? Well, I must either pretend business in here or get out. And I can't pretend business because there is no money in my pockets. I'll simply tell my predicament and ask to stay in here till dawn and the end of the rain. I am a notorious criminal, an escaped killer, or a nationally known bandit, or something of the kind. It is no longer possible to doubt it. I have just lifted my head to stare at the two and speak to them, and they acted even more bewilderingly than those I passed on the dark streets. The girl has fainted dead away. I heard her body thump on the floor behind the counter. And the man, with a thin, high scream, has fled. He ran toward the back of the place. I heard a rear door slam. What in God's name am I? Public enemy number one? I could certainly loot this place if I wished. They have turned it over to me utterly. If I'm a notorious criminal, I should have a desire to loot it, but I haven't. However, a little money from their cash drawer would come in handy. I could get a hotel room for the rest of the night. Also, I will take more blanks and one of these pencils. I still have hopes that writing will ultimately turn the key of memory. The cash drawer was locked, and I couldn't get it open. Shouldn't I have been able to break open a cash drawer if I were a criminal? Anyhow, I couldn't, and now I'm out in the night again, sheltered from the rain in a store doorway. I am writing this against the glass panel of the door. I left the telegraph office hurriedly, afraid that the clerk would be back with the police at any moment. I suppose arrest would be one solution of my immediate problem. In a jail I would at least have shelter for the night. But if I'm a sought-after criminal, I may get more than a night's shelter. I may get life imprisonment, or the chair. But this type of writing is doing nothing for me. It is not my intention to write of the present. I want to write of the past, what scraps I can remember, and try to place myself. However, I can't even remember scraps. What a hell I'm in. That rain, drumming down, beating down, striking in straight, windless lances, streaming over the glass of windows. What is it trying to tell me? Where, recently, and under what significant circumstances, did I see rain streaming drearily over a window like that, and hear it drum in the hard streets? Did I have an automobile accident and skid in the rain that it is so deeply impressed in my mind? But I am forced to discard the accident theory entirely. As far as I can tell, by feeling over myself with my miserable cold fingers, there isn't a bruise on me. I am quite thin, almost emaciated, but I am undeniably whole. The rain, trying to tell me something. I'm going to have to move again. A watchman with a raincoat glistening like burnished ebony is coming along this row of stores, trying each door in turn. He mustn't see me here, hatless and dripping. I'd be turned over to the police at once. Then what? Relief from my homelessness for the night and quick identification with the morning? Or a desperado's death in the chair? If only I knew. But I can't even guess. Another half hour has passed. I seem to have been walking toward the outskirts of the city. I wonder what city it is, for the buildings now are lower, with more vacant lots between them. Behind me, the rain-soaked sky is a faint bowl of light, the reflection of the many lights burning in a city, even in the dawn hours. Before me is no light in the sky. I have made no attempt to guide my steps. I have still let my feet alone, in the hope that they would follow some rut of habit buried from my conscious mind, and take me to where I belong. For the first time, I have had a faint feeling that perhaps they were doing just that. I have been walking a pretty straight path in the last half hour, wandering in this easterly direction from the telegraph office, with only a few digressions north or south. Do my legs know where they're taking me? Have I a home here in the suburbs? Will I recognize it if my feet, remembering more than my brain, take me to it? During my walk, I have passed no persons this time, save 2 patrolmen. One of these stopped and stared after me as I tramped along in the drumming rain. The other came up as if to hail me, then let me go without a word after he'd got within a few yards of me. Both acted oddly, but neither made any effort to arrest me. And wouldn't you think, if I were a wanted criminal, I would be taken to a cell at once? It is very confusing. I'm in a restaurant now, not an all-night one. The restaurant is dark and no one is in it but myself. I broke into it through the glass front door, risking arrest. I had to get in out of the maddeningly monotonous rain. I am so wet and cold and desperate. Above all, I am cold, so cold. I am writing on a table beside the front window now, on more of the purloined telegraph blanks, with a street lamp outside giving me a fair amount of light. There is something of frenzy in my resolve to write till I force an unwilling clue to my identity out of my reluctant memory. I'm getting desperate now. I must unlock my mind, and do it soon. For a new factor has entered my maddening situation. I'm getting sleepy. But it's not exactly sleepiness that recurrently locks my muscles and makes my eyes blank. It seems to be something deeper than mere drowsiness. It is almost as though I were drugged. Whatever it is, I have an intuitive feeling that I won't be able to fight it off indefinitely. And I'm clutching to the hope that my scribbling will yet find a way out for me. Hence I scribble, although every atom of me urges me to drop the worn pencil and give up the attempt. Again, however, I note that I am futilely writing nothing but my present experiences. Not once has a word come through that lights up a bit of my past. Just one contains some slight meaning that stirs my mind sluggishly. Rain, 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 thrumming in the streets like skeleton fingers on a mighty, muted drum, transilluminated by the infrequent, distant lightning, crawling greasily down the window glass, softening the earth. What is the rain trying to tell me? Who are you, Justin Crow? Justin Crow? I'm so sleepy and so cold. I have been walking again, walking through the drumming, somber rain. I am far from the restaurant. Where? I don't know, but nearer still to the outskirts of the city. I am sitting on the running board of a muddy touring car in a small garage and repair shop, with a raw electric globe lighting the place, and a small, glassed-in office at one side. A man sits at a scarred desk in the office, leaning back in a swivel chair with his feet up. He is asleep, with his mouth open. Evidently I saw that he was asleep, and took the opportunity to get a few more minutes of shelter from the rain. I say evidently, for I have no recollection of coming into this small, unkempt-looking all-night place. My mind has been playing tricks again, this time in the present. I am beginning to forget now the things I've just done. I remember feeling drowsy, almost drugged back in the restaurant. I have a dim recollection of getting up from the table with my scribbled telegraph blanks tightly clutched in my stick-like fingers, and a blank with only a few threads woven through it. A few threads, hazy pictures half held by memory. I heard a scream once, seeming to come from far away, although I was sure it was from the lips of someone near at hand. I recall thinking several times that surely I was going in a remembered direction, because my feet were carrying me ever more swiftly and surely. Where? Well, I still can't guess. I also remember noting that the rain showed no signs of slackening. Its steady tattoo still sounds, in fact, as though never in the rest of time would it stop. The rain crawling down the window pane, softening the earth, softening the earth. Now where did that thought spring from? Why does the perfectly obvious and ordinary fact that a drenching rain softens earth seem to have such meaning for me? And what is the meaning? The man in the little office has stirred in his chair. His mouth is no longer open. I think he is coming out of his doze. No matter. Surely he will not deny me shelter. Surely he will let me spend the few remaining hours of night in here, let me lie in a corner while I give in to the terrific drowsiness that sweeps over me in waves. I believe my legs have carried me back toward the same road out of the city by which I entered it. There is a house across the street that looks rather familiar. It is a bungalow with a slate roof. Very familiar. Wait now. Wait. Can it be? Is it my house by any chance? Is that why it seems familiar? No, I remember now. I passed it over 3 hours ago when I found myself entering the city limits with the dirt of some open field on my clothes. That is the only reason it strikes a faint note in my memory. I came in by this street. I seem to be going out again by this street. The drowsiness. It is sweeping over me again. I am broad awake now. The man in the office just woke up. He blinked at me through the glass of the office, took his feet down from the desk, and started to get up. I could read his thought and his intention. He thought I was a customer who had just driven in and was coming to see what I wanted. Then a most amazing expression came into his face. Sleep left it with a terrifying rapidity. His eyes went wide as he stared at me, and I saw his mouth open. He shouted something, turned, and ran. But there was no way to run behind him. There was nothing but the office wall. He bumped into it, turned, ran dazedly toward the door which opens just before me, then shouted again. He looked around for all the world like an animal mad with fear, running back and forth in insane little steps. Then he picked up the chair, smashed through the big glass street window of the office, and leaped out. Good God! Am I an infamous murderer of little children? Have I been a Jack the Ripper, terrorizing this city, known to all in it? Have I a fiend's face, or a horribly disfiguring scar? I must see myself. Among the other blankness that makes up that part of my brain which is called memory, there is a blank in the remembrance of what I look like. I may be some sort of horrible freak, normally hiding from public view, now wandering unaccustomedly abroad. There should be a mirror in one of the cars parked in here, or over a washstand at the rear of the garage. I'll hunt one, if I can overcome this damned drowsiness which is again attacking me. The drowsiness, it appears, conquered me. Also the persistent affliction of my amnesia. I am again in a far place, with no knowledge of how I got here. Again I have walked in my sleep, if the profound, drugged drowsiness into which I dropped can be called by the trivial name of sleep. And again, my legs automatically bore me away from the heart of the city. I am in the doorway of the very barber shop in which I saw the clock hours ago, my first conscious memory. It was 5 minutes past midnight then. It is 20 minutes of 4 in the morning now. It is still raining, raining, raining. As on all other window panes, the raindrops roll bleakly down the window of this barber shop, as on all other window panes. As on the window pane of that place, that other place. Where? And what happened to me there? I hardly dare even think it to myself, but it seems to me that memory is stirring at last, a faint stirring, as yet telling me nothing, but beginning to whisper, to hint. Perhaps my dogged persistence in writing whatever I think, whenever I get the chance, is beginning to bear fruit. I shall continue it as long as my cold fingers can hold this pencil stub, and as long as my sheaf of blanks holds out. I am sure now that my body knows where it is supposed to go, even if my brain does not. Yes, my feet know the way home. I am sure that if I trust to them, as a sleepy rider trusts his horse to find the way in the night, I shall be all right. I have a compelling impulse to keep on walking out into the rain, into the blackness that comes before dawn, toward the open country. That impulse fights with the increasingly frequent spells of drowsiness. Yet does it fight with it? With my mind locked in blankness, I have come this far along a direction I instinctively feel is right. That would indicate that it does not matter whether I sleep or stay awake. I will still find my way home. But I don't want to succumb to the drowsiness. Some dim alarm sounds in me when the drowsiness begins to descend. I feel that I must not give in to it. Why? I don't know. Once more, I am writing only of present things. I don't want to do that. I want to write of the past. The past, and what happened to cause me to be wandering in the rain-beaten night, bareheaded, drenched, and numb with cold. Rain, beating down, trickling down a window pane seen over white enameled bars. There! For an instant, memory really cried out, but already the small voice is stilled, and the sleepiness descends. 4:15. Dawn will come soon, in spite of the black rain clouds blanketing the May sky. Again, another stirring. It is May. I know the month at least, and my name, yes, it must be Justin Crow. Now, 3 things have come to me. The month of the year, the conviction that my name is what I first thought it, and the tantalizing small remembrance of seeing over white enameled metal bars a window pane with rain trickling monotonously down it. The imperious urge to walk on, farther from the city, the overwhelming drowsiness I can no longer resist. It is with wild excitement stirring under the thickening lethargy that chains me that I write these words. I am out of the city now, far from the barber shop. The mud on my feet and legs shows that I have walked for some distance along an open road. I am standing under a great tree now, scrawling in the darkness, thinking on paper, with an occasional lightning flash to keep it from being entirely illegible. That is important. I must be able to read what I have written in the morning, if my maddening amnesia still claims me. But I am almost too stirred to write, for many faint glimmerings are coming back to me. The rain-drenched window seen over the white enamelled bars. I'm seeing more than that now. I'm seeing a man near the bars with a watch in his hand. A man. He is grey-haired with a little goatee. I am stopped there, but it is the farthest I have yet gone, and in another direction I am progressing. I know this great tree I'm standing under. I know this road. The road goes to a summer colony called Gray's Lake. This big tree marks the halfway spot between Gray's Lake and the city. The lake is less than 2 miles ahead, down this straight road, past Rose Hill Cemetery and an abandoned church. The name of the cemetery, the clear memory of the abandoned church. Aren't these things sure proof that my memory is really returning? I believe I know where I've been heading for. Gray's Lake, the summer colony there. I must have a cottage on the shore toward which I have mechanically been travelling since leaving the telegraph office. But I'm so drowsy. Can I get as far as the lake without dropping in my tracks? I must. Drenched and chilled as I am, the continued exposure might prove fatal. Home. I'm on my way home now. I know it. I must reach there, and in the morning, with the aid of my scrawling and the familiar things around me, I'll be able to place myself in my station in life. But this horrible sleepiness. The rain is slackening at last, and its slow stopping, like its previous thrumming beat, is trying to tell me something. The rain, stopping. Something happened that other time with its stopping. I must do something now with its cessation. Something. What? Drowsy. Rain stopping. I am sluggishly awake again. Awakened once more in a black sea of despair and confusion. For my feet, and the compelling drive I thought to be so true, have betrayed me. I am no longer on the road leading to the lake. I am in a graveyard. Rose Hill Cemetery, of course. There is no other along here. It is so dark that I can barely see the headstones, save when the distant lightning flares. And my eyes are so heavy with the mysterious sleepiness that I see the few remaining blanks I am still stubbornly scribbling on as only vague, square blotches. God knows if I'll ever be able to read the scroll, and God knows if the reading will do any good after all. I'm afraid at the moment that it won't, for I've been betrayed by the subconscious senses I counted on to hasten me home. Why am I in here instead of hurrying, a dazed sleepwalker, to the lake? The drowsiness. I suppose that is the answer. I hope it is. I hope my legs automatically turned me in here instead of following their former path, because my body has at last rebelled and simply will have the exhausted slumber so long denied it. I would rather believe that than believe my feet do not know the road after all. For if I don't live at the lake, God knows where I live, and I am lost again. Only for a few minutes at a time can I stay awake now. I have been asleep again, and have moved a little farther, but I have not moved out of the cemetery. I am still in that. I am farther from the gate, that is all. The headstone at my elbow is very white and new-looking, or perhaps it is white marble, and the drenching rain has washed it to give it that fresh look. No, it is new. The earth in front of it has no grass on it. It is a new grave. I must stop this recording of the present. The past, that is the goal. The past. Rain crawling down a window. Rain stopping. Something that happened when the rain stopped, as it is stopping now. Something I must do now, as it ceases. A window seen over white enamelled bars. A grey-haired man with a goatee looking at a watch. Voices. The past stirs. Voices. How long will it be, Doctor? Some woman said that. Some woman dear to me. The lips of the grey-haired man move. Matter of minutes. The voices fade. But no matter. The past is stirring at last. If only my terrific drowsiness will recede for a moment. New earth before this new headstone. New earth softened by the diminishing rain. Earth scattered and disrupted as though upheaved by a force from underneath. Odd. But the voices break through again. I must record this for the morrow. The rain is stopping. It will be over in a few minutes. The man speaks, snapping shut his watch. So will his life. Now, what does that mean? Rain stopping. Something happening with the stopping of the rain. Something I must do now as the rain stops. My legs are impelling me toward the broken earth of the new grave. They have betrayed me. My whole struggle has been a failure. I am not going home after all. I am so drowsy, so cold. The above message, scrawled in pencil on sodden telegraph blanks, was found on the morning of May 10th by the watchman at Rose Hill Cemetery. It was found beside a new headstone with the epitaph, Justin B. Crow, born March 4th, 1895, died May 7th, 1935. The Floor Above by M. Humphreys. September 17, 1922. I sat down to breakfast this morning with a good appetite. The heat seemed over, and a cool wind blew in from my garden, where chrysanthemums were already budding. The sunshine streamed into the room and fell pleasantly on Mrs. O'Brien's broad face as she brought in the eggs and coffee. For a supposedly lonely old bachelor, the world seemed to me a pretty good place. I was buttering my third set of waffles when the housekeeper again appeared, this time with the mail. I glanced carelessly at the 3 or 4 letters beside my plate. One of them bore a strangely familiar handwriting. I gazed at it a minute, then seized it with a beating heart. Tears almost came into my eyes. There was no doubt about it. It was Arthur Barker's handwriting. Shaky and changed, to be sure, but 10 years have passed since I have seen Arthur, or rather, since his mysterious disappearance. For 10 years I have not had a word from him. His people know no more than I what has become of him, and long ago we gave him up for dead. He vanished without leaving a trace behind him. It seemed to me, too, that with him vanished the last shreds of my youth. For Arthur was my dearest friend in that happy time. We were boon companions, and many a mad prank we played together. And now, after 10 years of silence, Arthur was writing to me. The envelope was postmarked Baltimore. Almost reluctantly, for I feared what it might contain, I passed my finger under the flap and opened it. It held a single sheet of paper torn from a pad, but it was Arthur's writing. Dear Tom, old man, can you run down to see me for a few days? I'm afraid I'm in a bad way. Arthur. Scrawled across the bottom was the address, 536 North Marathon Street. I have often visited Baltimore, but I cannot recall a street of that name. Of course I shall go. But what a strange letter after 10 years. There is something almost uncanny about it. I shall go tomorrow evening. I cannot possibly get off before then. September 18. I am leaving tonight. Mrs. O'Brien has packed my 2 suitcases, and everything is in readiness for my departure. 10 minutes ago I handed her the keys, and she went off tearfully. She has been sniffling all day, and I have been perplexed, for a curious thing occurred this morning. It was about Arthur's letter. Yesterday, when I had finished reading it, I took it to my desk and placed it in a small compartment, together with other personal papers. I remember distinctly that it was on top, with a lavender card from my sister directly underneath. This morning I went to get it. It was gone. There was the lavender card exactly where I had seen it, but Arthur's letter had completely disappeared. I turned everything upside down, then called Mrs. O'Brien, and we both searched, but in vain. Mrs. O'Brien, in spite of all I could say, took it upon herself to feel that I suspected her. But what could have become of it? Fortunately, I remembered the address. September 19. I have arrived. I have seen Arthur. Even now he is in the next room, and I am supposed to be preparing for bed. But something tells me I shall not sleep a wink this night. I am strangely wrought up, though there is not the shadow of an excuse for my excitement. I should be rejoicing to have found my friend again. And yet, I reached Baltimore this morning at 11 o'clock. The day was warm and beautiful, and I loitered outside the station a few minutes before calling a taxi. The driver seemed well acquainted with the street I gave him, and we rolled off across the bridge. As I drew near my destination, I began to feel anxious and afraid. But the ride lasted longer than I expected. Marathon Street seemed to be located in the suburbs of the city. At last we turned into a dusty street, paved only in patches and lined with linden and aspen trees. The fallen leaves crunched beneath the tires. The September sun beat down with a white intensity. The taxi drew up before a house in the middle of a block that boasted not more than 6 dwellings. On each side of the house was a vacant lot, and it was set far back at the end of a long, narrow yard crowded with trees. I paid the driver, opened the gate, and went in. The trees were so thick that not until I was halfway up the path did I get a good view of the house. It was 3 stories high, built of brick, in fairly good repair, but lonely and deserted-looking. The blinds were closed in all of the windows with the exception of 2, one on the first, one on the second floor. Not a sign of life anywhere, not a cat nor a milk bottle to break the monotony of the leaves that carpeted the porch. But, overcoming my feeling of uneasiness, I resolutely set my suitcases on the porch, caught at the old-fashioned bell, and gave an energetic jerk. A startling peal jangled through the silence. I waited, but there was no answer. After a minute I rang again. Then, from the interior, I heard a queer dragging sound, as if someone was coming slowly down the hall. The knob was turned, and the door opened. I saw before me an old woman, wrinkled, withered, and filmy-eyed, who leaned on a crutch. "Does Mr. Barker live here?" I asked. She nodded, staring at me in a curious way, but made no move to invite me in. "Well, I've come to see him," I said. "I'm a friend of his. He sent for me." At that she drew slightly aside. "He's upstairs," she said, in a cracked voice that was little more than a whisper. "I can't show you up. Ain't been up a stair now in 10 year." "That's all right," I replied, and, seizing my suitcases, I strode down the long hall. At the head of the steps, came the whispering voice behind me. "The door at the end of the hall." I climbed the cold, dark stairway, passed along the short hall at the top, and stood before a closed door. I knocked. "Come in." It was Arthur's voice, and yet not his. I opened the door and saw Arthur sitting on a couch, his shoulders hunched over, his eyes raised to mine. After all, 10 years had not changed him so much. As I remembered him, he was of medium height, inclined to be stout and ruddy-faced, with keen grey eyes. He was still stout, but had lost his colour, and his eyes had dulled. "And where have you been all this time?" I demanded, when the first greetings were over. "Here," he answered. "In this house?" "Yes. But why didn't you let us hear from you?" He seemed to be making an effort to speak. What did it matter? I didn't suppose anyone cared. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I could not get rid of the thought that Arthur's pale eyes, fixed tenaciously upon my face, were trying to tell me something quite different from what his lips said. I felt chilled. Although the blinds were open, the room was almost darkened by the branches of the trees that pressed against the window. Arthur had not given me his hand, had seemed troubled to know how to make me welcome. Yet of one thing I was certain. He needed me, and he wanted me to know he needed me. As I took a chair, I glanced about the room. It was a typical lodging-house room, medium-sized, flowered wallpaper, worn matting, nondescript rugs, a washstand in one corner, a chiffonier in another, a table in the centre, 2 or 3 chairs, and the couch, which evidently served Arthur, as a bed. But it was cold, strangely cold for such a warm day. Arthur's eyes had wandered uneasily to my suitcases. He made an effort to drag himself to his feet. "Your room is back there," he said, with a motion of his thumb. "No, wait," I protested. "Let's talk about yourself first. What's wrong?" "I've been sick." "Haven't you a doctor? If not, I'll get one." At this he started up with the first sign of animation he had shown. "No, Tom, don't do it. Doctors can't help me now. Besides, I hate them. I'm afraid of them." His voice trailed away, and I took pity on his agitation. I decided to let the question of doctors drop for the moment. "As you say," I assented carelessly. Without more ado, I followed him into my room, which adjoined his and was furnished in much the same fashion. But there were 2 windows, one on each side, looking out on the vacant lots. Consequently, there was more light, for which I was thankful. In a far corner I noticed a door, heavily bolted. "There's one more room," said Arthur as I deposited my belongings. "One that you'll like, but we'll have to go through the bathroom." Groping our way through the musty bathroom, in which a tiny jet of gas was flickering, we stepped into a large, almost luxurious chamber. It was a library, well furnished, carpeted, and surrounded by shelves fairly bulging with books. But for the chillness and bad light, it was perfect. As I moved about, Arthur followed me with his eyes. "There are some rare works on botany." I had already discovered them, a set of books that I would have given much to own. I could not contain my joy. "You won't be so bored browsing around in here." In spite of my preoccupation, I pricked up my ears. In that monotonous voice there was no sympathy with my joy. It was cold and tired. When I had satisfied my curiosity, we returned to the front room, and Arthur flung himself, or rather fell, upon the couch. It was nearly 5 o'clock and quite dark. As I lighted the gas, I heard a sound below as of somebody thumping on the wall. "That's the old woman," Arthur explained. "She cooks my meals, but she's too lame to bring them up." He made a feeble attempt at rising, but I saw he was worn out. "Don't stir," I warned him. "I'll bring up your food tonight." To my surprise, I found the dinner appetizing and well cooked, and, in spite of the fact that I did not like the looks of the old woman, I ate with relish. Arthur barely touched a few spoonfuls of soup to his lips and absently crumbled some bread in his plate. Directly I had carried off the dishes, he wrapped his reddish-brown dressing-gown about him, stretched out at full length on the couch, and asked me to turn out the gas. When I had complied with his request, I again heard his weak voice asking if I had everything I needed. "Everything," I assured him, and then there was unbroken silence. I went to my room, finally, closed the door, and here I am sitting restlessly between the two back windows that look out on the vacant lots. I have unpacked my clothes and turned down the bed, but I cannot make up my mind to retire. If the truth be told, I hate to put out the light. There is something disturbing in the way the dry leaves tap on the panes, and my heart is sad when I think of Arthur. I have found my old friend, but he is no longer my old friend. Why does he fix his pale eyes so strangely on my face? What does he wish to tell me? But these are morbid thoughts. I will put them out of my head. I will go to bed and get a good night's rest, and tomorrow I will wake up finding everything right and as it should be. September 26. I have been here a week today, and have settled down to this queer existence as if I had never known another. The day after my arrival, I discovered that the third volume of the botanical series was done in Latin, which I have set myself the task of translating. It is absorbing work, and when I have buried myself in one of the deep chairs by the library table, the hours fly fast. For health's sake, I force myself to walk a few miles every day. I have tried to prevail on Arthur to do likewise, but he, who used to be so active, now refuses to budge from the house. No wonder he is literally blue, for it is a fact that his complexion and the shadows about his eyes and temples are decidedly blue. What does he do with himself all day? Whenever I enter his room, he is lying on the couch, a book beside him which he never reads. He does not seem to suffer any pain, for he never complains. After several ineffectual attempts to get medical aid for him, I have given up mentioning the subject of a doctor. I feel that his trouble is more mental than physical. September 28. A rainy day. It has been coming down in floods since dawn, and I got a queer turn this afternoon. As I could not get out for my walk, I spent the morning staging a general house cleaning. It was time. Dust and dirt everywhere. The bathroom, which has no window and is lighted by gas, was fairly overrun with water bugs and roaches. Of course, I did not penetrate to Arthur's room, but I heard no sound from him as I swept and dusted. I made a good dinner and settled down in the library, feeling quite cozy. The rain came down steadily, and it had grown so cold I decided to make a fire later on. But once I had gathered my tablets and notebooks about me, I forgot the cold. I remember I was on the subject of the Aster trifolium, a rare variety seldom found in this country. Turning a page, I came upon a specimen of this very variety, dried, pressed flat, and pasted to the margin. Above it, in Arthur's handwriting, I read September 27, 1912. I was bending close to examine it when I felt a vague fear. It seemed to me that someone was in the room and was watching me. Yet I had not heard the door open nor seen anyone enter. I turned sharply and saw Arthur, wrapped in his reddish-brown dressing-gown, standing at my very elbow. He was smiling for the first time since my arrival, and his dull eyes were bright. But I did not like that smile. In spite of myself, I jerked away from him. He pointed at the aster. It grew in the front yard, under a linden tree. I found it yesterday. Yesterday? I shouted, my nerves on edge. Good Lord, man, look! It was 10 years ago. The smile faded from his face. 10 years ago? He repeated thickly. 10 years ago? And with his hand pressed against his forehead, he went out of the room, still muttering, 10 years ago. As for me, this foolish incident has preyed on my mind and kept me from doing any satisfactory work. October 1. 1 o'clock. A cheerful morning this has been, the sun shining brightly and a touch of frost in the air. I put in an excellent day's work in the library yesterday, and on the first mail this morning came a letter from Mrs. O'Brien. She says the scarab chrysanthemums are in full bloom. I must positively run up for a day before they are gone. As I lighted a cigar after breakfast, I happened to glance over at Arthur, and was struck by a change in him. For he has changed. I ask myself if my presence has not done him good. On my arrival he seemed without energy, almost torpid, but now he is becoming restless. He wanders about the room continually, and sometimes shows a disposition to talk. Yes, I am sure he is better. I am going for my walk now, and I feel convinced that in a week's time I shall have him accompany me. 5 o'clock. Dusk is falling. Oh, God, what has come over me? Am I the same man that went out of this house 3 hours ago? And what has happened? I had a splendid walk, and was striding homeward in a fine glow. But as I turned the corner and came in sight of the house, it was as if I looked at death itself. I could hardly drag myself up the stairs, and when I peered into the shadowy chamber and saw the man hunched up on the couch with his eyes fixed intently on my face, I could have screamed like a woman. I wanted to fly, to rush out into the clear cold air and run, to run and never come back. But I controlled myself, forced my feet to carry me to my room. There is a weight of hopelessness at my heart. The darkness is advancing, swallowing up everything, but I have not the will to light the gas. Now there is a flicker in the front room. I am a fool. I must pull myself together. Arthur is lighting up, and downstairs I can hear the thumping that announces dinner. It is a queer thought that comes to me now, but it is odd I have not noticed it before. We are about to sit down to our evening meal. Arthur will eat practically nothing, for he has no appetite, yet he remains stout. It cannot be a healthy fact, but even at that it seems to me that a man who eats as little as he does would become a living skeleton. October 5. Positively, I must see a doctor about myself, or soon I shall be a nervous wreck. I am acting like a child. Last night I lost all control and played the coward. I had gone to bed early, tired out from a hard day's work. It was raining again, and as I lay in bed I watched the little rivulets trickling down the panes. Lulled by the sighing of the wind among the leaves, I fell asleep. I awoke, how long afterward I cannot say, to feel a cold hand laid on my arm. For a moment I lay paralyzed with terror. I would have cried aloud, but I had no voice. At last I managed to sit up, to shake the hand off. I reached for the matches and lighted the gas. It was Arthur who stood by my bed. Arthur wrapped in his eternal reddish-brown dressing-gown. He was excited. His blue face had a yellow tinge, and his eyes gleamed in the light. "Listen," he whispered. I listened, but heard nothing. "Don't you hear it?" he gasped, and he pointed upward. "Upstairs?" I stammered. "Is there somebody upstairs?" I strained my ears, and at last I fancied I could hear a fugitive sound like the light tapping of footsteps. "It must be somebody walking about up there," I suggested. But at these words Arthur seemed to stiffen. The excitement died out of his face. "No," he cried in a sharp, rasping voice. "No, it is nobody walking about up there." And he fled into his room. For a long time I lay trembling, afraid to move, but at last, fearing for Arthur, I got up and crept to his door. He was lying on the couch, with his face in the moonlight, apparently asleep. October 6. I had a talk with Arthur today. Yesterday I could not bring myself to speak of the previous night's happening, but all of this nonsense must be cleared away. We were in the library. A fire was burning in the grate, and Arthur had his feet on the fender. The slippers he wears are as objectionable to me as his dressing gown. They are felt slippers, old and worn, and frayed around the edges as if they had been gnawed by rats. I cannot imagine why he does not get a new pair. "Say, old man," I began abruptly, "do you own this house?" He nodded. "Don't you rent any of it?" "Downstairs to Mrs. Harlan. But upstairs?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "No, it's inconvenient. There's only a peculiar way to get upstairs." I was struck by this. "By Jove, you're right. Where's the staircase?" He looked me full in the eyes. "Don't you remember seeing a bolted door in a corner of your room? The staircase runs from that door." I did remember it, and somehow the memory made me uncomfortable. I said no more, and decided not to refer to what had happened that night. It occurred to me that Arthur might have been walking in his sleep. October 8. When I went for my walk on Tuesday, I dropped in and saw Dr. Lorraine, who is an old friend. He expressed some surprise at my run-down condition and wrote me a prescription. I am planning to go home next week. How pleasant it will be to walk in my garden and listen to Mrs. O'Brien singing in the kitchen. October 9. Perhaps I had better postpone my trip. I casually mentioned it to Arthur this morning. He was lying relaxed on the sofa, but when I spoke of leaving, he sat up as straight as a bolt. His eyes fairly blazed. "No, Tom, don't go." There was terror in his voice, and such pleading that it wrung my heart. "You've stood it alone here 10 years, I protested. "And now—" "It's not that," he said. "But if you go, you will never come back. Is that all the faith you have in me?" "I've got faith, Tom. But if you go, you'll never come back." I decided that I must humor the vagaries of a sick man. "All right," I agreed. "I'll not go. Anyway, not for some time." October 12. What is it that hangs over this house like a cloud? For I can no longer deny that there is something indescribably oppressive. It seems to pervade the whole neighborhood. Are all the houses on this block vacant? If not, why do I never see children playing in the street? Why are passers-by so rare? And why, when from the front window I do catch a glimpse of one, is he hastening away as fast as possible? I am feeling blue again. I know that I need a change, and this morning I told Arthur definitely that I was going. To my surprise, he made no objection. In fact, he murmured a word of assent and smiled. He smiled as he smiled in the library that morning when he pointed at the aster trifolium, and I don't like that smile. Anyway, it is settled. I shall go next week, Thursday, the 19th. October 13. I had a strange dream last night. Or was it a dream? It was so vivid. All day long I have been seeing it over and over again. In my dream, I thought that I was lying there in my bed. The moon was shining brightly into the room, so that each piece of furniture stood out distinctly. The bureau is so placed that when I am lying on my back with my head high on the pillow, I can see full into the mirror. I thought I was lying in this manner and staring into the mirror. In this way, I saw the bolted door in the far corner of the room. I tried to keep my mind off it, to think of something else, but it drew my eyes like a magnet. It seemed to me that someone was in the room, a vague figure that I could not recognize. It approached the door and caught at the bolts. It dragged at them and struggled, but in vain. They would not give way. Then it turned and showed me its agonized face. It was Arthur. I recognized the reddish-brown dressing gown. I sat up in bed and cried to him, but he was gone. I ran to his room, and there he was, stretched out in the moonlight, asleep. It must have been a dream. October 15. We're having Indian summer weather now, almost oppressively warm. I have been wandering about all day, unable to settle down to anything. This morning I felt so lonesome that when I took the breakfast dishes down, I tried to strike up a conversation with Mrs. Harlan. Hitherto I have found her as solemn and uncommunicative as the Sphinx, but as she took the tray from my hands, her wrinkles broke into the semblance of a smile. Positively at that moment, it seemed to me that she resembled Arthur. Was it her smile, or the expression of her eyes? Has she also something to tell me? "Don't you get lonesome here?" I asked her sympathetically. She shook her head. "No, sir. I'm used to it now. I couldn't stand it anywhere else." "And you expect to go on living here the rest of your life?" "That may not be very long, sir," she said, and smiled again. Her words were simple enough, but the way she looked at me when she uttered them seemed to give them a double meaning. She hobbled away, and I went upstairs and wrote Mrs. O'Brien to expect me early on the morning of the 19th. October 18, 10 a.m. I'm catching the 12 o'clock train tonight. Thank God I had the resolution to get away. I believe another week of this life would drive me mad. And perhaps Arthur is right. Perhaps I shall never come back. I ask myself if I've become such a weakling as that, to desert him when he needs me most. I don't know. I don't recognize myself any longer. But of course I will be back. There is the translation, for one thing, which is coming along famously. I could never forgive myself for dropping it at the most vital point. As for Arthur, when I return, I intend to give in to him no longer. I will make myself master here and cure him against his will. Fresh air, change of scene, a good doctor, these are the things he needs. But what is his malady? Is it the influence of this house that has fallen on him like a blight? One might imagine so, since it is having the same effect on me. Yes, I have reached that point where I no longer sleep. At night I lie awake and try to keep my eyes off the mirror across the room, but in the end I always find myself staring into it, watching the door with the heavy bolts. I long to rise from the bed and draw back the bolts, but I'm afraid. How slowly the day goes by. The night will never come. 9 p.m. Have packed my suitcases and put the room in order. Arthur must be asleep. I'm afraid the parting from him will be painful. I shall leave here at 11 o'clock in order to give myself plenty of time. It is beginning to rain. October 19. At last, it has come. I am mad. I knew it. I felt it creeping on me all the time. Have I not lived in this house a month? Have I not seen? To have seen what I have seen, to have lived for a month as I have lived, one must be mad. It was 10 o'clock. I was waiting impatiently for the last hour to pass. I had seated myself in a rocking chair by the bed, my suitcases beside me, my back to the mirror. The rain no longer fell. I must have dozed off. But all at once I was wide awake, my heart beating furiously. Something had touched me. I leapt to my feet and, as I turned sharply, my eyes fell upon the mirror. In it, I saw the door just as I had seen it the other night, and the figure fumbling with the bolt. I wheeled around, but there was nothing there. I told myself that I was dreaming again, that Arthur was asleep in his bed, but I trembled as I opened the door of his room and peered in. The room was empty, the bed not even crumpled. Lighting a match, I groped my way through the bathroom into the library. The moon had come from under a cloud and was pouring in a silvery flood through the windows, but Arthur was not there. I stumbled back into my room. The moon was there, too, and the door in the corner was half open. The bolt had been drawn. In the darkness, I could just make out a flight of steps that wound upward. I could no longer hesitate. Striking another match, I climbed the black stairway. When I reached the top, I found myself in total darkness, for the blinds were tightly closed. Realizing that the room was probably a duplicate of the one below, I felt along the wall until I came to the gas jet. For a moment the flame flickered, then burned bright and clear. Oh God! What was it I saw? A table thick with dust, and something wrapped in a reddish-brown dressing gown that sat with its elbows propped upon it. How long had it been sitting there, that it had grown more dry than the dust upon the table? For how many thousands of days and nights had the flesh rotted from that grinning skull? In its bony fingers it still clutched a pencil. In front of it lay a sheet of scratch paper, yellow with age. With trembling fingers I brushed away the dust. It was dated October 19, 1912. It read, Dear Tom, old man, can you run down to see me for a few days? I'm afraid I'm in a bad way. The Horla by Guy de Maupassant. May 8. What a lovely day. I have spent all the morning lying on the grass in front of my house, under the enormous plantain tree which covers and shades and shelters the whole of it. I like this part of the country. I am fond of living here because I am attached to it by deep roots, the profound and delicate roots which attach a man to the soil on which his ancestors were born and died, to their traditions, their usages, their food, the local expressions, the peculiar language of the peasants, the smell of the soil, the hamlets, and to the atmosphere itself. I love the house in which I grew up. From my windows I can see the Seine, which flows by the side of my garden, on the other side of the road, almost through my grounds, the great and wide Seine, which goes to Rouen and Havre, and which is covered with boats passing to and fro. On the left, down yonder, lies Rouen, populous Rouen, with its blue roofs massing under pointed Gothic towers. Innumerable are they, delicate or broad, dominated by the spire of the cathedral, full of bells which sound through the blue air on fine mornings, sending their sweet and distant iron clang to me, their metallic sounds, now stronger and now weaker, according as the wind is strong or light. What a delicious morning it was! About 11 o'clock, a long line of boats drawn by a steam tug, as big a fly, and which scarcely puffed while emitting its thick smoke, passed my gate. After 2 English schooners, whose red flags fluttered toward the sky, there came a magnificent Brazilian 3-master. It was perfectly white and wonderfully clean and shining. I saluted it, I hardly know why, except that the sight of the vessel gave me great pleasure. May 12. I've had a slight feverish attack for the last few days, and I feel ill, or rather I feel low-spirited. Whence come those mysterious influences which change our happiness into discouragement, and our self-confidence into diffidence? One might almost say that the air, the invisible air, is full of unknowable forces, whose mysterious presence we have to endure. I wake up in the best of spirits, with an inclination to sing in my heart. Why? I go down by the side of the water, and suddenly, after walking a short distance, I return home wretched, as if some misfortune were awaiting me there. Why? Is it a cold shiver which, passing over my skin, has upset my nerves and given me a fit of low spirits? Is it the form of the clouds, or the tints of the sky, or the colours of the surrounding objects which are so changeable, which have troubled my thoughts as they passed before my eyes? Who can tell? Everything that surrounds us, everything that we see without looking at it, everything that we touch without knowing it, everything that we handle without feeling it, everything that we meet without clearly distinguishing it, has a rapid, surprising, and inexplicable effect upon us and upon our organs, and through them on our ideas and on our being itself. How profound that mystery of the invisible is! We cannot fathom it with our miserable senses. Our eyes are unable to perceive what is either too small or too great, too near to or too far from us. We can see neither the inhabitants of a star nor of a drop of water. Our ears deceive us, for they transmit to us the vibrations of the air in sonorous notes. Our senses are fairies who work the miracle of changing that movement into noise, and by that metamorphosis give birth to music, which makes the mute agitation of nature a harmony. So with our sense of smell, which is weaker than that of a dog, and so with our sense of taste, which can scarcely distinguish the age of a wine. Oh, if we only had other organs which could work other miracles in our favour, what a number of fresh things we might discover around us. May 16. I am ill, decidedly. I was so well last month. I am feverish, horribly feverish, or rather I am in a state of feverish enervation, which makes my mind suffer as much as my body. I have, without ceasing, the horrible sensation of some danger threatening me, the apprehension of some coming misfortune, or of approaching death, a presentiment which is no doubt an attack of some illness still unnamed, which germinates in the flesh and in the blood. May 18. I have just come from consulting my medical man, for I could no longer get any sleep. He found that my pulse was high, my eyes dilated, my nerves highly strung, but no alarming symptoms. I must have a course of shower baths and of bromide of potassium. May 25. No change. My state is really very peculiar. As the evening comes on, an incomprehensible feeling of disquietude seizes me, just as if night concealed some terrible menace toward me. I dine quickly, and then try to read, but I do not understand the words, and can scarcely distinguish the letters. Then I walk up and down my drawing-room, oppressed by a feeling of confused and irresistible fear, a fear of sleep, and a fear of my bed. About 10 o'clock I go up to my room. As soon as I have entered, I lock and bolt the door. I am frightened. Of what? Up till the present time I have been frightened of nothing. I open my cupboards and look under my bed. I listen. To what? How strange it is that a simple feeling of discomfort, of impeded or heightened circulation, perhaps the irritation of a nervous centre, a slight congestion, a small disturbance in the imperfect and delicate functions of our living machinery, can turn the most light-hearted of men into a melancholy one, and make a coward of the bravest. Then I go to bed, and I wait for sleep as a man might wait for the executioner. I wait for its coming with dread, and my heart beats and my legs tremble, while my whole body shivers beneath the warmth of the bedclothes, until the moment when I suddenly fall asleep, as a man throws himself into a pool of stagnant water in order to drown. I do not feel this perfidious sleep coming over me as I used to, but a sleep which is close to me and watching me, which is going to seize me by the head, to close my eyes and annihilate me. I sleep a long time, 2 or 3 hours perhaps, then a dream, no, a nightmare lays hold on me. I feel that I am in bed and asleep. I feel it and I know it, and I feel also that somebody is coming close to me, is looking at me, touching me, is getting onto my bed, is kneeling on my chest, is taking my neck between his hands and squeezing it with all his might in order to strangle me. I struggle, bound by that terrible powerlessness which paralyzes us in our dreams. I try to cry out, but I cannot. I want to move. I cannot. I try with the most violent efforts and out of breath to turn over and throw off this being which is crushing and suffocating me. I cannot. And then suddenly I wake up, shaken and bathed in perspiration. I light a candle and find that I am alone, and after that crisis which occurs every night, I at length fall asleep and slumber tranquilly till morning. June 2. My state has grown worse. What is the matter with me? The bromide does me no good, and the shower baths of no effect whatever. Sometimes, in order to tire myself out, though I am fatigued enough already, I go for a walk in the forest of Roumer. I used to think at first that the fresh light and soft air, impregnated with the odor of herbs and leaves, would instill new life into my veins and impart fresh energy to my heart. One day I turned into a broad ride in the wood, and then I diverged toward La Bouille, through a narrow path between 2 rows of exceedingly tall trees, which placed a thick, green, almost black roof between the sky and me. A sudden shiver ran through me. Not a cold shiver, but a shiver of agony, and so I hastened my steps, uneasy at being alone in the wood, frightened stupidly and without reason at the profound solitude. Suddenly, it seemed as if I were being followed, that somebody was walking at my heels, close, quite close to me, near enough to touch me. I turned round suddenly, but I was alone. I saw nothing behind me except the straight, broad ride, empty and bordered by high trees, horribly empty. On the other side also it extended until it was lost in the distance, and looked just the same, terrible. I closed my eyes. Why? And then I began to turn round on one heel very quickly, just like a top. I nearly fell down and opened my eyes. The trees were dancing round me, and the earth heaved. I was obliged to sit down. Then, I no longer remembered how I had come. What a strange idea! What a strange, strange idea! I did not the least know. I started off to the right, and got back into the avenue which had led me into the middle of the forest. June 3. I have had a terrible night. I shall go away for a few weeks, for no doubt a journey will set me up again. July 2. I have come back quite cured, and have had a most delightful trip into the bargain. I have been to Mont Saint-Michel, which I had not seen before. What a sight when one arrives, as I did, at Avranches toward the end of the day. The town stands on a hill, and I was taken into the public garden at the extremity of the town. I uttered a cry of astonishment. An extraordinarily large bay lay extended before me, as far as my eyes could reach, between two hills, which were lost to sight in the mist. And in the middle of this immense yellow bay, under a clear golden sky, a peculiar hill rose up, sombre and pointed in the midst of the sand. The sun had just disappeared, and under the still flaming sky stood out the outline of that fantastic rock, which bears on its summit a picturesque monument. At daybreak I went to it. The tide was low, as it had been the night before, and I saw that wonderful abbey rise up before me as I approached it. After several hours' walking, I reached the enormous mass of rock which supports the little town, dominated by the great church. Having climbed the steep and narrow street, I entered the most wonderful Gothic building that has ever been erected to God on earth, large as a town, and full of low rooms which seem buried beneath vaulted roofs, and of lofty galleries supported by delicate columns. I entered this gigantic granite jewel, which is as light in its effect as a bit of lace, and is covered with towers with slender belfries to which spiral staircases ascend. The flying buttresses raise strange heads that bristle with chimeras, with devils, with fantastic animals, with monstrous flowers, are joined together by finely carved arches, to the blue sky by day and to the black sky by night. When I had reached the summit, I said to the monk who accompanied me, "Father, how happy you must be here." And he replied, "It is very windy, monsieur." And so we began to talk while watching the rising tide, which ran over the sand and covered it with a steel cuirass. And then the monk told me stories, all the old stories belonging to the place. Legends, nothing but legends. One of them struck me forcibly. The country people, those belonging to the Mornay, declare that at night one can hear talking going on in the sand, and also that two goats bleat, one with a strong, the other with a weak voice. Incredulous people declare that it is nothing but the screaming of the sea-birds, which occasionally resembles bleatings and occasionally human lamentations. But belated fishermen swear that they have met an old shepherd, whose cloak-covered head they can never see, wandering on the sand between two tides, round the little town placed so far out of the world. They declare he is guiding and walking before a he-goat with a man's face, and a she-goat with a woman's face, both with white hair, who talk incessantly, quarrelling in a strange language, and then suddenly cease talking in order to bleat with all their might. "Do you believe it?" I asked the monk. "I scarcely know," he replied. And I continued, "If there are other beings beside ourselves on this earth, how comes it that we have not known it for so long a time? Or why have you not seen them? How is it that I have not seen them?" He replied, "Do we see the 100,000th part of what exists? Look here. There is the wind, which is the strongest force in nature. It knocks down men and blows down buildings, uproots trees, raises the sea into mountains of water, destroys cliffs and casts great ships onto the breakers. It kills, it whistles, it sighs, it roars. But have you ever seen it, and can you see it? Yet it exists for all that." I was silent before this simple reasoning. That man was a philosopher, or perhaps a fool. I could not say which exactly, so I held my tongue. What he had said had often been in my own thoughts. July 3. I have slept badly. Certainly there is some feverish influence here, for my coachman is suffering in the same way as I am. When I went back home yesterday, I noticed his singular paleness, and I asked him, "What is the matter with you, Jean?" "The matter is that I never get any rest, and my nights devour my days. Since your departure, monsieur, there has been a spell over me. However, the other servants are all well, but I am very frightened of having another attack myself." July 4. I am decidedly taken again, for my old nightmares have returned. Last night I felt somebody leaning on me who was sucking my life from between my lips with his mouth. Yes, he was sucking it out of my neck like a leech would have done. Then he got up, satiated, and I woke up so beaten, crushed, and annihilated that I could not move. If this continues for a few days, I shall certainly go away again. July 5. Have I lost my reason? What has happened? What I saw last night is so strange that my head wanders when I think of it. As I do now every evening, I had locked my door. Then, being thirsty, I drank half a glass of water, and I accidentally noticed that the water bottle was full up to the cut-glass stopper. Then I went to bed and fell into one of my terrible sleeps, from which I was aroused in about 2 hours by a still more terrible shock. Picture to yourself a sleeping man who is being murdered, who wakes up with a knife in his chest, a gurgling in his throat, is covered with blood, can no longer breathe, is going to die, and does not understand anything at all about it. There you have it. Having recovered my senses, I was thirsty again, so I lighted a candle and went to the table on which my water bottle was. I lifted it up and tilted it over my glass, but nothing came out. It was empty. It was completely empty. At first I could not understand it at all. Then suddenly I was seized by such a terrible feeling that I had to sit down, or rather fall into a chair. Then I sprang up with a bound to look about me. Then I sat down again, overcome by astonishment and fear, in front of the transparent crystal bottle. I looked at it with fixed eyes, trying to solve the puzzle, and my hands trembled. Somebody had drunk the water. But who? I? I, without any doubt. It could surely only be I. In that case I was a somnambulist, was living without knowing it, that double, mysterious life which makes us doubt whether there are not two beings in us, whether a strange, unknowable, and invisible being does not, during our moments of mental and physical torpor, animate the inert body, forcing it to a more willing obedience than it yields to ourselves. Oh, who will understand my horrible agony? Who will understand the emotion of a man sound in mind, wide awake, full of sense, who looks in horror at the disappearance of a little water while he was asleep through the glass of a water bottle? And I remained sitting until it was daylight, without venturing to go to bed again. July 6. I am going mad. Again, all the contents of my water bottle have been drunk during the night, or rather I have drunk it. But is it I? Is it I? Who could it be? Who? Oh, God, am I going mad? Who will save me? July 10. I have just been through some surprising ordeals. Undoubtedly, I must be mad. And yet, on July 6, before going to bed, I put some wine, milk, water, bread, and strawberries on my table. Somebody drank. I drank all the water and a little of the milk, but neither the wine nor the bread nor the strawberries were touched. On the 7th of July, I renewed the same experiment with the same results, and on July 8 I left out the water and the milk, and nothing was touched. Lastly, on July 9, I put only water and milk on my table, taking care to wrap up the bottles in white muslin and to tie down the stoppers. Then I rubbed my lips, my beard, and my hands with pencil lead, and went to bed. Deep slumber seized me, soon followed by a terrible awakening. I had not moved, and my sheets were not marked. I rushed to the table. The muslin round the bottles remained intact. I undid the string, trembling with fear. All the water had been drunk, and so had the milk. Ah, great God, I must start for Paris immediately. July 12. Paris. I must have lost my head during the last few days. I must be the plaything of my enervated imagination, unless I am really a somnambulist, or I have been brought under the power of one of those influences, hypnotic suggestion, for example, which are known to exist, but have hitherto been inexplicable. In any case, my mental state bordered on madness, and 24 hours of Paris sufficed to restore me to my equilibrium. Yesterday, after doing some business and paying some visits, which instilled fresh and invigorating mental air into me, I wound up my evening at the Théâtre Français. A drama by Alexander Dumas the Younger was being acted, and his brilliant and powerful play completed my cure. Certainly, solitude is dangerous for active minds. We need men who can think and can talk around us. When we're alone for a long time, we people space with phantoms. I returned along the boulevards to my hotel in excellent spirits. Amid the jostling of the crowd, I thought, not without irony, of my terrors and surmises of the previous week, because I believed, yes, I believed, that an invisible being lived beneath my roof. How weak our mind is! How quickly it is terrified and unbalanced as soon as we are confronted with a small, incomprehensible fact. Instead of dismissing the problem with, "We do not understand because we cannot find the cause," we immediately imagine terrible mysteries and supernatural powers. July 14. Fate of the Republic. I walked through the streets, and the crackers and flags amused me like a child. Still, it is very foolish to make merry on a set date by government decree. People are like a flock of sheep, now steadily patient, now in ferocious revolt. Say to it, amuse yourself, and it amuses itself. Say to it, go and fight with your neighbor, and it goes and fights. Say to it, vote for the emperor, and it votes for the emperor. Then say to it, vote for the republic, and it votes for the republic. Those who direct it are stupid too, but instead of obeying men, they obey principles, a course which can only be foolish, ineffective, and false, for the very reason that principles are ideas which are considered as certain and unchangeable, whereas in this world one is certain of nothing, since light is an illusion, and noise is deception. July 16. I saw some things yesterday that troubled me very much. I was dining at my cousin's, Madame Sable, whose husband is colonel of the 76th Chasseurs at Limoges. There were 2 young women there, one of whom had married a medical man, Dr. Perron, who devotes himself a great deal to nervous diseases and to the extraordinary manifestations which just now experiments in hypnotism and suggestion are producing. He related to us at some length the enormous results obtained by English scientists and the doctors of the medical school at Nancy, and the facts which he adduced appeared to me so strange that I declared that I was altogether incredulous. We are, he declared, on the point of discovering one of the most important secrets of nature. I mean to say, one of its most important secrets on this earth, for assuredly there are some up in the stars yonder of a different kind of importance. Ever since man has thought, since he has been able to express and write down his thoughts, he has felt himself close to a mystery which is impenetrable to his coarse and imperfect senses, and he endeavors to supplement the feeble penetration of his organs by the efforts of his intellect. As long as that intellect remained in its elementary stage, this intercourse with invisible spirits assumed forms which were commonplace, though terrifying. Thence sprang the popular belief in the supernatural, the legends of wandering spirits, of fairies, of gnomes, of ghosts. I might even say the conception of God, for our ideas of the workman-creator, from whatever religion they may have come down to us, are certainly the most mediocre, the stupidest, and the most unacceptable inventions that ever sprang from the frightened brain of any human creature. Nothing is truer than what Voltaire says. If God made man in his own image, man has certainly paid him back again. But for rather more than a century, men seem to have had a presentiment of something new. Mesmer and some others have put us on an unexpected track, and within the last 2 or 3 years especially, we have arrived at results really surprising. My cousin, who is also very incredulous, smiled, and Dr. Perron said to her, "Would you like me to try and send you to sleep, madame?" "Yes, certainly." She sat down in an easy chair, and he began to look at her fixedly, as if to fascinate her. I suddenly felt myself somewhat discomposed. My heart beat rapidly, and I had a choking feeling in my throat. I saw that Madame Sable's eyes were growing heavy. Her mouth twitched, and her bosom heaved, and at the end of 10 minutes she was asleep. "Go behind her," the doctor said to me. So I took a seat behind her. He put a visiting card into her hands and said to her, "This is a looking-glass. What do you see in it?" She replied, "I see my cousin." "What is he doing?" "He is twisting his moustache." "And now?" "He is taking a photograph out of his pocket." "Whose photograph is it?" "His own." That was true, for the photograph had been given me that same evening at the hotel. "What is his attitude in this portrait?" "He is standing up with his hat in his hand." She saw these things in that card, in that piece of white pasteboard, as if she had seen them in a looking-glass. The young women were frightened, and exclaimed, "That is quite enough, quite enough." But the doctor said to her authoritatively, "You will get up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then you will go and call on your cousin at his hotel and ask him to lend you the 5,000 francs which your husband asks of you, and which he will ask for when he sets out on his coming journey." Then he woke her up. On returning to my hotel, I thought over this curious séance, and I was assailed by doubts, not as to my cousin's absolute and undoubted good faith, for I had known her as well as if she had been my own sister ever since she was a child, but as to a possible trick on the doctor's part. Had not he, perhaps, kept a glass hidden in his hand, which he showed to the young woman in her sleep at the same time as he did the card? Professional conjurers do things which are just as singular. However, I went to bed, and this morning at about 8:30, I was awakened by my footman, who said to me, "Madame Sable has asked to see you immediately, monsieur." I dressed hastily and went to her. She sat down in some agitation, with her eyes on the floor, and without raising her veil said to me, "My dear cousin, I am going to ask a great favor of you." "What is it, cousin?" "I do not like to tell you, and yet I must. I am in absolute want of 5,000 francs. "What, you?" "Yes, I, or rather my husband, who has asked me to procure them for him." I was so stupefied that I hesitated to answer. I asked myself whether she had not really been making fun of me with Dr. Perron, if it were not merely a very well-acted farce which had been got up beforehand. On looking at her attentively, however, my doubts disappeared. She was trembling with grief, so painful was this step to her, and I was sure that her throat was full of sobs. I knew that she was very rich, and so I continued, "What? Has not your husband 5,000 francs at his disposal? Come, think. Are you sure that he commissioned you to ask me for them?" She hesitated for a few seconds, as if she were making a great effort to search her memory, and then she replied, Yes, I am quite sure of it." "He has written to you?" She hesitated again and reflected, and I guessed the torture of her thoughts. She did not know. She only knew that she was to borrow 5,000 francs of me for her husband. So she told a lie. "Yes, he has written to me." "When, pray? You did not mention it to me yesterday." "I received his letter this morning." "Can you show it to me?" "No, no, it contained private matters, things too personal to ourselves. I burned it." "So your husband runs into debt?" She hesitated again, and then murmured, "I do not know." Thereupon I said bluntly, "I have not 5,000 francs at my disposal at this moment, my dear cousin." She uttered a cry, as if she were in pain, and said, Oh, I beseech you to get them for me." She got excited, and clasped her hands as if she were praying to me. I heard her voice change its tone. She wept and sobbed, harassed and dominated by the irresistible order that she had received. Oh, I beg you to. If you knew what I am suffering, I want them today." I had pity on her. "You shall have them by and by, I swear to you." "Oh, thank you. How kind you are." I continued, "Do you remember what took place at your house last night?" "Yes." "Do you remember that Dr. Perron sent you to sleep?" "Yes." "Oh, very well then. He ordered you to come to me this morning to borrow 5,000 francs, and at this moment you are obeying that suggestion." She considered for a few moments, and then replied, "But as it is my husband who wants them." For a whole hour I tried to convince her, but could not succeed, and when she had gone I went to the doctor. He was just going out, and he listened to me with a smile, and said, "Do you believe now?" "Yes, I cannot help it." "Let us go to your cousin's." She was already resting on a couch, overcome with fatigue. The doctor felt her pulse, looked at her for some time with one hand raised toward her eyes, which she closed by degrees under the irresistible power of this magnetic influence. When she was asleep, he said, "Your husband does not require the 5,000 francs any longer. You must, therefore, forget that you asked your cousin to lend them to you, and if he speaks to you about it, you will not understand him." Then he woke her up, and I took out a pocket-book and said, "Here is what you asked me for this morning, my dear cousin." But she was so surprised that I did not venture to persist. Nevertheless, I tried to recall the circumstance to her, but she denied it vigorously, thought that I was making fun of her, and in the end very nearly lost her temper. There, I've just come back, and I have not been able to eat any lunch, for this experiment has altogether upset me. July 19. Many people to whom I have told the adventure have laughed at me. I no longer know what to think. The wise man says, perhaps. July 21. I dined at Bousfield, and then I spent the evening at a boatman's ball. Decidedly everything depends on place and surroundings. It would be the height of folly to believe in the supernatural on the Ile de la Grenouille. But on the top of Mont Saint-Michel or in India, we are terribly under the influence of our surroundings. I shall return home next week. July 30. I came back to my own house yesterday. Everything is going on well. August 2. Nothing fresh. It is splendid weather, and I spend my days in watching the Seine flow past. August 4. Quarrels among my servants. They declare that the glasses are broken in the cupboards at night. The footman accuses the cook, she accuses the needlewoman, and the latter accuses the other two. Who is the culprit? It would take a clever person to tell. August 6. This time I am not mad. I have seen. I can doubt no longer. I have seen it. I was walking at 2 o'clock among my rose trees, in the full sunlight, and the walk bordered by autumn roses which are beginning to fall. As I stopped to look at a Géant de Bataille, which had 3 splendid blooms, I distinctly saw the stalk of one of the roses bend close to me, as if an invisible hand had bent it, and then break, as if that hand had picked it. Then the flower raised itself, following the curve which a hand would have described in carrying it toward a mouth, and remained suspended in the transparent air, alone and motionless, a terrible red spot, 3 yards from my eyes. In desperation, I rushed at it to take it. I found nothing. It had disappeared. Then I was seized with furious rage against myself, for it is not wholesome for a reasonable and serious man to have such hallucinations. But was it a hallucination? I turned to look for the stalk, and I found it immediately under the bush, freshly broken, between the 2 other roses which remained on the branch. I returned home then, with a much disturbed mind, for I am certain now, certain as I am of the alternation of day and night, that there exists close to me an invisible being who lives on milk and on water, who can touch objects, take them and change their places, who is consequently endowed with a material nature, although imperceptible to sense, and who lives as I do, under my roof. August 7. I slept tranquilly. He drank the water out of my decanter, but did not disturb my sleep. I ask myself whether I am mad. As I was walking just now in the sun by the riverside, doubts as to my own sanity arose in me. Not vague doubts such as I have had hitherto, but precise and absolute doubts. I have seen mad people, and I have known some who were quite intelligent, lucid, even clear-sighted in every concern of life, except on one point. They could speak clearly, readily, profoundly on everything, till their thoughts were caught in the breakers of their delusions, and went to pieces there, were dispersed and swamped in that furious and terrible sea of fogs and squalls which is called madness. I certainly should think that I was mad, absolutely mad, if I were not conscious that I knew my state, if I could not fathom it and analyze it with the most complete lucidity. I should, in fact, be a reasonable man laboring under a hallucination. Some unknown disturbance must have been excited in my brain, one of those disturbances which physiologists of the present day try to note and to fix precisely, and that disturbance must have caused a profound gulf in my mind, and in the order and logic of my ideas. Similar phenomena occur in dreams, and lead us through the most unlikely phantasmagoria, without causing us any surprise, because our verifying apparatus and our sense of control have gone to sleep, while our imaginative faculty wakes and works. Was it not possible that one of the imperceptible keys of the cerebral fingerboard had been paralyzed in me? Some men lose the recollection of proper names, or of verbs, or of numbers, or merely of dates, in consequence of an accident. The localization of all the avenues of thought has been accomplished nowadays. What, then, would there be surprising in the fact that my faculty of controlling the unreality of certain hallucinations should be destroyed for the time being? I thought of all this as I walked by the side of the water. The sun was shining brightly on the river, and made earth delightful, while it filled me with love for life, for the swallows, whose swift agility is always delightful in my eyes, for the plants by the riverside, whose rustling is a pleasure to my ears. By degrees, however, an inexplicable feeling of discomfort seized me. It seemed to me as if some unknown force were numbing and stopping me, were preventing me from going further, and were calling me back. I felt that painful wish to return which comes on you when you have left a beloved invalid at home, and are seized by a presentiment that he is worse. I, therefore, returned despite of myself, feeling certain that I should find some bad news awaiting me, a letter or a telegram. There was nothing, however, and I was surprised and uneasy, more so than if I had had another fantastic vision. August 8. I spent a terrible evening yesterday. He does not show himself any more, but I feel that he is near me, watching me, looking at me, penetrating me, dominating me, and more terrible to me when he hides himself thus than if he were to manifest his constant and invisible presence by supernatural phenomena. However, I slept. August 9. Nothing. But I am afraid. August 10. Nothing. But what will happen tomorrow? August 11. Still nothing. I cannot stop at home with this fear hanging over me and these thoughts in my mind. I shall go away. August 12. 10 o'clock at night. All day long I've been trying to get away, and have not been able. I contemplated a simple and easy act of liberty, a carriage ride to Rouen, and I have not been able to do it. What is the reason? August 13. When one is attacked by certain maladies, the springs of our physical being seem broken, our energies destroyed, our muscles relaxed, our bones to be as soft as our flesh, and our blood as liquid as water. I am experiencing the same in my moral being in a strange and distressing manner. I have no longer any strength, any courage, any self-control, nor even any power to set my own will in motion. I have no power left to will anything, but someone does it for me, and I obey. August 14. I am lost. Somebody possesses my soul and governs it. Somebody orders all my acts, all my movements, all my thoughts. I am no longer master of myself. Nothing except an enslaved and terrified spectator of the things which I do. I wish to go out. I cannot. He does not wish to. And so I remain, trembling and distracted in the armchair in which he keeps me sitting. I merely wish to get up and to rouse myself, so as to think that I am still master of myself. I cannot. I am riveted to my chair, and my chair adheres to the floor in such a manner that no force of mine can move us. Then suddenly I must go to the foot of my garden to pick some strawberries and eat them. And I go there. I pick the strawberries and I eat them. Oh, my God, my God! Is there a God? If there be one, deliver me, save me, succor me. Pardon, pity, mercy, save me. Oh, what sufferings, what torture, what horror. August 15. Certainly, this is the way in which my poor cousin was possessed and swayed, when she came to borrow 5,000 francs of me. She was under the power of a strange will which had entered into her, like another soul, a parasitic and ruling soul. Is the world coming to an end? But who is he, this invisible being that rules me, this unknowable being, this rover of a supernatural race? Invisible beings exist, then? How is it, then, that since the beginning of the world they have never manifested themselves in such a manner as they do to me? I have never read anything that resembles what goes on in my house. Oh, if I could only leave it, if I could only go away and flee and never return, I should be saved. But I cannot. August 16. I managed to escape today for 2 hours, like a prisoner who finds the door of his dungeon accidentally open. I suddenly felt that I was free and that he was far away, and so I gave orders to put the horses in as quickly as possible, and I drove to Rouen. Oh, how delightful to be able to say to my coachman, "Go to Rouen." I made him pull up before the library, and I begged them to lend me Dr. Hermann Erestor's treatise on the unknown inhabitants of the ancient and modern world. Then, as I was getting into my carriage, I intended to say, "To the railway station." But instead of this, I shouted. I did not speak, but I shouted in such a loud voice that all the passers-by turned round, "Home!" And I fell back onto the cushion of my carriage, overcome by mental agony. He had found me out and regained possession of me. August 17. Oh, what a night, what a night! And yet it seems to me that I ought to rejoice. I read until 1 o'clock in the morning. Eristos, doctor of philosophy and theogony, wrote the history and the manifestation of all those invisible beings which hover around man, or of whom he dreams. He describes their origin, their domains, their power, but none of them resembles the one which haunts me. One might say that man, ever since he has thought, has had a foreboding and a fear of a new being stronger than himself, his successor in this world, and that, feeling him near, and not being able to foretell the nature of the unseen one, he has, in his terror, created the whole race of hidden beings, vague phantoms born of fear. Having, therefore, read until 1 o'clock in the morning, I went and sat down at the open window, in order to cool my forehead and my thoughts in the calm night air. It was very pleasant and warm. How I should have enjoyed such a night formerly! There was no moon, but the stars darted out their rays in the dark heavens. Who inhabits those worlds? What forms, what living beings, what animals are there yonder? Do those who are thinkers in those distant worlds know more than we do? What can they do more than we? What do they see which we do not? Will not one of them, some day or other, traversing space, appear on our earth to conquer it, just as formerly the Norsemen crossed the sea in order to subjugate nations feebler than themselves? We are so weak, so powerless, so ignorant, so small, we who live on this particle of mud which revolves in liquid air. I fell asleep, dreaming thus in the cool night air, and then, having slept for about 3/4 of an hour, I opened my eyes without moving, awakened by an indescribably confused and strange sensation. At first I saw nothing, and then suddenly it appeared to me as if a page of the book, which had remained open on my table, turned over of its own accord. Not a breath of air had come in at my window, and I was surprised and waited. In about 4 minutes I saw with my own eyes, another page lift itself up and fall down on the others, as if a finger had turned it over. My armchair was empty, appeared empty, but I knew that he was there. He had sitting in my place, and that he was reading. With a furious bound, the bound of an enraged wild beast that wishes to disembowel its tamer, I crossed my room to seize him, to strangle him, to kill him. But before I could reach it, my chair fell over, as if somebody had run away from me. My table rocked, my lamp fell and went out, and my window closed, as if some thief had been surprised, and had fled out into the night, shutting it behind him. So he had run away. He had been afraid. He afraid of me. So tomorrow, or later, some day or other, I should be able to hold him in my clutches and crush him against the ground. Do not dogs occasionally bite and strangle their masters? August 18. I have been thinking the whole day long. Oh, yes, I will obey him, follow his impulses, fulfill all his wishes, show myself humble, submissive, a coward. He is the stronger, but an hour will come. August 19. I know all. I've just read the following in the Revue du Monde Scientifique. A curious piece of news comes to us from Rio de Janeiro. Madness, an epidemic of madness, which may be compared to that contagious madness which attacked the people of Europe in the Middle Ages, is at this moment raging in the province of San Paulo. The frightened inhabitants are leaving their houses, deserting their villages, abandoning their land, saying that they are pursued, possessed, governed like human cattle by invisible though tangible beings, by a species of vampire which feeds on their life while they are asleep, and which, besides, drinks water and milk without appearing to touch any other nourishment. Professor Don Pedro Enriquez, accompanied by several medical savants, has gone to the province of San Paulo in order to study the origin and the manifestations of this surprising madness on the spot, and to propose such measures to the emperor as may appear to him to be most fitted to restore the mad population to reason. I remember now that fine Brazilian three-master which passed in front of my windows as it was going up the Seine on the 8th of last May. I thought it looked so pretty, so white and bright. That being was on board of her, coming from there, where its race sprang from. And it saw me, it saw my house, which was also white. And he sprang from the ship onto the land. Oh, good heavens! Now I know, I can divine. The reign of man is over, and he is come. He whom disquieted priests exorcised, whom sorcerers evoked on dark nights, without seeing him appear. He to whom the imaginations of the transient masters of the world lent all the monstrous or graceful forms of gnomes, spirits, genii, fairies, and familiar spirits. After the coarse conceptions of primitive fear, men more enlightened gave him a truer form. Mesmer divined him, and 10 years ago physicians accurately discovered the nature of his power, even before he exercised it himself. They played with that weapon of their new lord, the sway of a mysterious will over the human soul, which had become enslaved. They called it mesmerism, hypnotism, suggestion, I know not what. I have seen them diverting themselves like rash children with this horrible power. Woe to us! Woe to man! He has come, what does he call himself? I fancy that he is shouting out his name to me, and I do not hear him. Yes, he is shouting it out. I am listening. I cannot repeat it. Horla, I have heard. The Horla. It is he, the Horla. He has come. Ah, the vulture has eaten the pigeon. The wolf has eaten the lamb. The lion has devoured the sharp-horned buffalo. Man has killed the lion with an arrow, with a spear, with gunpowder. But the Horla will make of man what man has made of the horse and of the ox, his chattel, his slave, and his food, by the mere power of his will. Woe to us! But nevertheless, sometimes the animal rebels and kills the man who has subjugated it. I shall be able to, but I must know him, touch him, see him. Learned men say that eyes of animals, as they differ from ours, do not distinguish as ours do, and my eye cannot distinguish this newcomer who is oppressing me. Why, now I remember the words of the monk at Mont Saint-Michel. Can we see the 100,000th part of what exists? Listen, there is the wind, which is the strongest force in nature. It knocks men down, blows down buildings, uproots trees, raises the sea into mountains of water, destroys cliffs, and casts great ships onto the breakers. It kills, it whistles, it sighs, it roars. Have you ever seen it, and can you see it? It exists for all that, however. And I went on thinking, my eyes are so weak, so imperfect, that they do not even distinguish hard bodies if they are as transparent as glass. If a glass without quicksilver behind it were to bar my way, I should run into it, just like a bird which has flown into a room breaks its head against the window panes. 1,000 things, moreover, deceive a man and lead him astray. How, then, is it surprising that he cannot perceive a new body which is penetrated and pervaded by the light? A new being. Why not? It was assuredly bound to come. Why should we be the last? We do not distinguish it like all the others created before us. The reason is that its nature is more delicate, its body finer and more finished than ours. Our make-up is so weak, so awkwardly conceived. Our body is encumbered with organs that are always tired, always being strained like locks that are too complicated. It lives like a plant, and like an animal nourishing itself with difficulty on air, herbs, and flesh. It is a brute machine which is a prey to maladies, to malformations, to decay. It is broken-winded, badly regulated, simple and eccentric, ingeniously yet badly made, a coarse and yet a delicate mechanism. In brief, the outline of a being which might become intelligent and great. There are only a few, so few stages of development in this world, from the oyster up to man. Why should there not be one more, when once that period is accomplished, which separates the successive products one from the other? Why not one more? Why not also other trees with immense, splendid flowers, perfuming whole regions? Why not other elements beside fire, air, earth, and water? There are four, only four, nursing fathers of various beings. What a pity! Why should not there be 40, 400, 4,000? How poor everything is, how mean and wretched, grudgingly given, poorly invented, clumsily made. Ah, the elephant and the hippopotamus, what power! And the camel, what suppleness! But the butterfly, you will say, a flying flower, a dream of one that should be as large as 100 worlds, with wings whose shape, beauty, colours, and motion I cannot even express. But I see it. It flutters from star to star, refreshing them and perfuming them with the light and harmonious breath of its flight. And the people up there gaze at it as it passes in an ecstasy of delight. What is the matter with me? It is he, the Horla, who haunts me, and who makes me think of these foolish things. He is within me. He is becoming my soul. I shall kill him. August 20. I shall kill him. I have seen him. Yesterday I sat down at my table and pretended to write very assiduously. I knew quite well that he would come prowling round me, quite close to me, so close that I might perhaps be able to touch him, to seize him. And then I should have the strength of desperation. I should have my hands, my knees, my chest, my forehead, my teeth, to strangle him, to crush him, to bite him, to tear him to pieces. And I watched for him with all my overexcited nerves. I had lighted my 2 lamps and the 8 wax candles on my mantelpiece, as if by this light I should discover him. My bed, my old oak bed with its columns, was opposite to me. On my right was the fireplace, on my left the door, which was carefully closed, after I had left it open for some time, in order to attract him. Behind me was a very high wardrobe, with a looking-glass in it, which served me to dress by every day, and in which I was in the habit of inspecting myself from head to foot every time I passed it. So I pretended to be writing in order to deceive him, for he also was watching me, and suddenly I was certain, that he was reading over my shoulder, that he was there, almost touching my ear. I got up so quickly, with my hands extended, that I almost fell. Horror! It was as bright as at midday, but I did not see myself in the glass. It was empty, clear, profound, full of light, but my figure was not reflected in it, and I was opposite to it. I saw the large, clear glass from top to bottom, and I looked at it with unsteady eyes. I did not dare advance. I did not venture to make a movement, feeling certain, nevertheless, that he was there, but that he would escape me again, he whose imperceptible body had absorbed my reflection. How frightened I was! And then suddenly I began to see myself, through a mist in the depths of the looking-glass, in a mist, as it were, or through a veil of water, and it seemed to me as if this water were flowing slowly from left to right, and making my figure clearer every moment. It was like the end of an eclipse. Whatever hid me did not appear to possess any clearly defined outlines, but was a sort of opaque transparency, which gradually grew clearer. At last I was able to distinguish myself completely, as I do every day when I look at myself. I had seen him, and the horror of it remained with me, and makes me shudder even now. August 21. How could I kill him, since I could not get hold of him? Poison? But he would see me mix it with the water, and then would our poisons have any effect on his impalpable body? No doubt about the matter. Then, August 22. I sent for a blacksmith from Rouen, and ordered iron shutters of him for my room, such as some private hotels in Paris have on the ground floor, for fear of thieves, and he's going to make me a similar door as well. I have made myself out a coward, but I do not care about that. September 10. Rouen, Hotel Continental. It is done. It is done. But is he dead? My mind is thoroughly upset by what I have seen. Well then, yesterday, the locksmith having put on the iron shutters and door, I left everything open until midnight, although it was getting cold. Suddenly I felt that he was there, and joy, mad joy, took possession of me. I got up softly, and I walked to the right and left for some time, so that he might not guess anything. Then I took off my boots and put on my slippers carelessly. Then I fastened the iron shutters, and going back to the door, quickly I double-locked it with a padlock, putting the key into my pocket. Suddenly I noticed that he was moving restlessly round me, that in his turn he was frightened, and was ordering me to let him out. I nearly yielded, though I did not quite, but putting my back to the door, I half opened it, just enough to allow me to go out backward, and as I am very tall, my head touched the lintel. I was sure that he had not been able to escape, and I shut him up quite alone. What happiness! I had him fast. Then I ran downstairs into the drawing-room, which was under my bedroom. I took the 2 lamps and poured all the oil onto the carpet, the furniture, everywhere. Then I set fire to it and made my escape, after having carefully double-locked the door. I went and hid myself at the bottom of the garden in a clump of laurel bushes. How long it was! Everything was dark, silent, motionless, not a breath of air and not a star, but heavy banks of clouds which one could not see, but which weighed, oh so heavily, on my soul. I looked at my house and waited. How long it was! I already began to think that the fire had gone out of its own accord, or that he had extinguished it, when one of the lower windows gave way under the violence of the flames, and a long, soft, caressing sheet of red flame mounted up the white wall and kissed it as high as the roof. The light fell onto the trees, the branches and the leaves, and a shiver of fear pervaded them also. The birds awoke, a dog began to howl, and it seemed to me as if the day were breaking. Almost immediately, 2 other windows flew into fragments, and I saw that the whole of the lower part of my house was nothing but a terrible furnace. But a cry, a horrible, shrill, heart-rending cry, a woman's cry, sounded through the night, and 2 garret windows were opened. I had forgotten the servants. I saw the terror-struck faces and the frantic waving of their arms. Then, overwhelmed with horror, I ran off to the village, shouting, "Help! Help! Fire! Fire!" Meeting some people who were already coming onto the scene, I went back with them to see. By this time the house was nothing but a horrible and magnificent funeral pile, a monstrous pyre which lit up the whole country, a pyre where men were burning a pyre where men were burning, and where he was burning also. He, my prisoner, that new being, the new master, the Horla. Suddenly, the whole roof fell in between the walls, and a volcano of flames darted up to the sky. Through all the windows which opened onto that furnace I saw the flames darting, and I reflected that he was there in that kiln, dead. Dead? Perhaps his body was not his body, which was transparent, indestructible by such means as would kill ours, if he were not dead. Perhaps time alone has power over that invisible and redoubtable being. Why this transparent, unrecognizable body, this body belonging to a spirit, if it also had to fear ills, infirmities, and premature destruction? Premature destruction? All human terror springs from that. After man, the Horla. After him who can die every day, at any hour, at any moment, by any accident, he came. He who was only to die at his own proper hour and minute, because he had touched the limits of his existence. No, there is no doubt about it. He is not dead. Then, I suppose I must kill myself. The Hollow Moon by Everil Worrell. Soon it will be the end. I believe it might be possible to survive longer here than any of us will in fact live. There is the old question of the will to live. We are a miserable sextet of castaways, and each of us has his, or her, own reason to wish for death, aside from the fact that this half-life or life in death, in which we count the hours and days and wearily and constantly expect extinction, prompts one toward suicide and toward murder. Gibbs's yacht struck on a submerged pinnacle of the rock on which we are slowly dying at about midnight 2 weeks ago last night. This chronicle will probably never be seen by anyone after the last of us is gone. I have here, however, a bottle which formerly contained gin, and it corks stoutly. I will do the usual honours, keep our record as long as I can, put it into the gin bottle, cork it, and throw it into the Pacific Ocean. Perhaps sometime. The yacht reposes on the floor of the Pacific, and got there not long after she struck, but we took a few things off. Gibbs is responsible for the gin bottle, and for several other bottles of various brands. What we saved of food is gone, and we are living on dew and limpets. We even have water. I salvaged a couple of large pieces of canvas, and in these we nightly collect dew. I have read of this expedient, and it is amazing how much is really available. Enough to make up the loss by broiling endured during the days, I think. I say this guardedly, and after much thought. We are dying, and in part dying of thirst. But if our thirst for water alone were killing us, we would be by this time far worse off than we are. We are dying of rebellion against the constant longing for more water, the constant fear of a night when no dew will gather in sufficient quantities, but our tongues do not swell and protrude. And then there are in each of us those individual seeds of destruction of which I spoke in the beginning. We are gaunt, enfeebled living skeletons. We are worse off in physical condition than Terence McSweeney of Ireland and Mahatma Gandhi of India, after longer periods of total food and water starvation. But we are devoted to no cause, and our weakness does not grow progressively worse. If our sufferings were as serious as they are intense, as I said, we would be past writing, past quarrelling. We all hate each other. Gibbs drinks Lisa, his beautiful wife, who reminds me of Poe's exquisitely lovely Ligeia. She who could not be conquered by death, more or less keeps him company. Ah, but the thing they did yesterday was horrible, considering they really love each other. And yet sometimes they seem to hate each other too. Yet without each other, life would be for each of them the desert in which no rose blooms. Put all that together, and you have tragedy. So yesterday, at high noon here on our desert rock island, they went off together to a little cavern we have found on the north side of the rock, low down toward the water. They took a bottle of wine with them. They said they wanted to drink a toast to the voyage that ended on a rock, and to each other. I went after them a little later. I thought they had acted strangely when they went away together. I thought, what if they have gone off together to commit double suicide? But it was not that. They were in the little cavern. They lay unconscious there, lit by dancing rays of cold light reflected from the moving waters. I looked around a little, and saw a white powder scattered on the rock floor of the cavern. I tasted it. Bitter. Chloral hydrate, I thought. I remembered Gibbs showing me some after we got our things together on the rock. The wine bottle was barely touched. Lisa's mouth showed an encrustation of white. Chloral hydrate. Her wrist was cut, and blood was oozing. I heard about that later, but the bleeding didn't amount to much, to so little, and the action of her heart was so faint at first I thought she was dead. I went to work. Not nice work. I carry a ball of twine around with me, and I caught limpets by diving, and hurried back and tied the string to a limpet, and stroked and forced the limpet down Lisa's throat, and after a little pulled the string. She had some automatic reflexes left, and the chloral was swimming in considerable wine after all, so a good bit of it came up. Then I did the same by Gibbs. I walked them around a bit then, first one and then the other. After a while both of them came to. I sank down just where I was and lay still for so long I thought maybe it would be forever. But after another while, the three of us helped each other back to what I may call camp. We told our story, too, just as I am writing it down. Gibbs and Lisa supplied what I didn't know about. It was not a suicide pact. They had had an unusually bitter quarrel, and had each felt that nothing but murder would make them feel better. We are all so overwrought here, and they the worst of us. Gibbs then had cut Lisa's wrist, because he wanted to hurt her more. But he went to sleep himself about the time he started, and had only scratched the surface. They're doing very nicely today, and to think I have saved them, for God knows what fate. At best, another death. Perhaps it was well done. I, Michael Sidney, scientific explorer, delver into hidden secrets and hidden places, I am up against ultimate values which are beyond my judging. I want, for some reason, to find Valerie Dawn, whom I cannot see from where I am sitting. I dislike Valerie. I should like to know why I dislike her so much. We are highly antagonistic, and I should like to analyze that. But another writing will do for that. I want to know where she is, to talk to her. I want, I suppose, before both of us are gone forever from this earth, to change her. I don't know why it should matter, but it does. There is something about Valerie Dawn that I want to break and shatter, as Gibbs wanted to cut Lisa's wrist before he died. But I dislike Valerie, and everything about her, and the thing between us is a purely mental thing. Valerie. I meant to call her, not to write her name. The sun is near the horizon, and the swift red and black of the tropic sunset fading into night is upon us. Before the lurid darkness descends, I want her with the others, safe, and where I can see her. Record of the hours between sunset and midnight. In perusing diaries of the desperate class, I have always thought it the height of idiocy to read the calendar headings. August 1940. For us, for the present, time is dead. As a matter of fact, I know it is still August. It must be, but that other August, in which we sailed the South Seas and expected our voyage to follow a certain set and expected course, is millennia ago. Einstein's space-time curve has thrown us off. Of course, I mean this figuratively. We have had such dizzying events in the last hours that all of us have strange feelings. A sort of mental wandering that had heretofore spared us has dizzied our minds. But I want to make this a straight narration. Last evening, then, as the hour of sunset swooped down out of the sky, I went in search of Valerie. I found her soon enough, seated in a lonely place she frequents behind a sort of pinnacle of rock, where she has what privacy the rock affords. Valerie is needlessly conceited. I, for instance, have done what few could dream of. Valerie has never done anything noteworthy that I know of. She is unusual, and her thoughts are unusual, but neither she nor her thoughts are worth much. That is why I do not like her. I invaded her sacred privacy. Come back to the others. The rock gets lonely, desolately lonely, when the daylight fades, I told her. She turned her strange eyes upon me. Those eyes are wide and darkly shadowed, but I doubt if they have any authentic color of their own. They must reflect things, lights and colors around her, moods and thoughts of her own. I can swear at times that they are a light gray that is almost colorless, again that they are black, and sometimes they hold an undefined depth of color. Also, she is ageless. At times she is 15, or even younger, sometimes any age, old, too experienced, not, however, ever tired. Something behind those eyes is always burning, shining. I hate women who think too much. If we were back in the world of men and women and I met her everywhere, I should make it a point never to see her when I could help it. She is an utterly antipathetic type, interesting, but repellent. When you and the others are out of sight, this rock is as good as any other place, she said. I don't have to watch you meeting death halfway, eating it, drinking it, thinking it. I can be normal if I don't see any of you. Death is only a change in life anyway. When I am dead, as you would say, I will be alive as Carrie has been for 6 years. And tonight I intend to break your arbitrary ruling, Your Majesty. I am not rejoining the others. I am sleeping here, alone. I left her, hating her a little more than usual. Carrie was her husband. He had died 6 years ago, and he is far more of a personality to Valerie than any of us. Yes, to Valerie, death resembles a rather handsome dark man in a grey business suit. Carrie Dawn had walked across the street on his way to work in New York. He had not absent-mindedly strolled in front of a truck, but he had leaped there to push a child out of the way, and of course that made him a hero. But it hardly made him a living hero after 6 years. But to Valerie, it did. I left her with Carrie after telling her that she is a thanatophile, in love with death. Where Carrie Dawn is, he is not worrying about her any more. And I went back to the others, who had drawn close together with the falling of darkness. For now it was dark, very dark. We talked a little. After all, I remember pretty tough camping trips. To think we attempted a little cheer that night, last night, the night of ultimate horror. The others slept, one by one. I must have dozed, for I thought we were all still together, except for Valerie, when I heard her scream. It was late, and a slightly gibbous moon hung, lopsided and swollen-looking, low in the sky. The top of the rock was bleak and bare and visible, all but the part hidden by Valerie's sheltering column of rock. To that I raced, forgetting weakness and the pounding of my heart. And around on the other side of that rock column, I saw again the surface of the rock, bleak and bare, with no one visible upon it. I listened, but heard no sound. There were only two possibilities. She had plunged into the glassy, moonlit waters, screaming as she leaped or fell, or she was in the only really concealed place on the whole rock, the cavern, where a few hours ago horror had lurked, because our two lovers had attempted double murder there. I scrambled and stumbled down to it again, and it was as though the horror reached out for me, met me, drew me by the hand. The mouth of the cave was lit by a truly ghastly, quivering reflected light, for it was on the moonward side of the little island. The back of the cave was in darkness and silence, and yet something was there, something living or something dead. Again, horror and tragedy. I, Michael Sidney, was afraid, partly for myself, partly for Valerie. Back in that dismal darkness she was, perhaps, and perhaps not alone. I do not know what form my thoughts were taking. I hesitated to go back there. I was feeling my weakness again, and not for myself alone. I dreaded the blow in the dark that might mean my sudden finish. Yet forward I must go, and into the unseen and unguessable. Then the surprising thing happened. A light flashed on, back there in the darkness. Before I saw his face, my fancy conjured up Gibbs's image, for of us all he alone had saved a flashlight. And it was Gibbs, and Valerie lay apparently senseless at his feet. He spoke quickly, after the long wait, while he must have been looking out of the darkness at me, as I stood there limned against the moonlit water. "Don't get this wrong, Sidney," he said. "I've done what I could for her, see? And it was necessary to cut a little. A snake, she came here to sleep alone, I think, and the snake bit her right in the throat. I cut out a little with my penknife and sucked the wound. I've done what I could, but the throat looks a bit lurid." He dipped the flashlight so that its brightest circle of light illuminated Valerie's white face and upturned throat. Yes, it looked lurid, to use his word. Blood was trickling from a swollen wound. She looked like... what? God, the old vampire tales. Then Gibbs doubled over so that his own face entered the paler circle of light around the central brilliant aura, and he looked like Dracula. I walked over and picked Valerie up in my arms. I had to carry her away from this place at once. At once. I said only one thing. A snake? Gibbs was in darkness again, but I could almost see and feel the look on his face, the slow flush that went with it. "Queer, on a bare rock in the mid-Pacific. I saw it, though. It made for the water. A sea snake. Sea serpent, Sidney. You see?" He was insane and a liar, and I was about to tell him so. But just then he screamed and swung the flashlight in a wild gesture that seemed to signal me to turn around, and I turned. God! The memory of that moment would live 100 years if my life lasted that long. A snake, after all, as big and thick as a man, limned against the moonlit water beyond the mouth of the cavern behind me, crawling up the sheer side of the rock and over the ledge that was the mouth of the cavern, as big and thick as a man. I felt a scream strangle in my own throat, and then I got a hold of myself, for my eyes were playing me tricks, and now I saw that what I had thought was some impossible kind of face in the snake's head was a face all right, only it was in the head of a man. Yes, a man was climbing up out of the sea and into our cavern, and I couldn't see how he made it, especially as a sort of cape seemed hanging from his shoulders, which, being wet and slinkily clinging, had given him the serpentine effect. Then, was he shipwrecked as we were? He must be, and so would be of no help to us, since no man having a boat that would stay afloat would come near a barren rock, let alone swim to it and climb over it. Gibbs screamed again. I suppose he was, as often, on the border of DT anyway, and if he had seen this man and frightened him away by screaming at him before, and if he had really taken him to be a sea serpent, he probably thought now that he saw fangs and heard hisses. "Shut up, Gibbs," I said crossly. "You're crazy drunk, and I don't know what you've done to Valerie, but after what you did to Lisa today, it isn't going to be good for you if her condition is serious. This is a man and not a snake, and he must have come off of another wrecked boat, even though there has been no storm. He can help us carry Valerie, since he's strong enough to wriggle up the face of a cliff. Pull yourself together while I talk to him. He must speak English, French, Spanish, German, Russian, or some other—" The next moment I almost went down on my knees thanking God, although the new arrival was definitely of the sneering and supercilious order. "I see you speak practically every language," he said, too suavely. "Don't spend time naming any more of them. I speak all of them myself, but since you and your friends speak English usually, let us stick to that. I have a boat, not wrecked. I was moved to investigate this rock, which seemed, as you might put it, not quite right. My yacht will take care of you all nicely, just as soon as you can board her." I hated him from the start. But Gibbs was crazy, and Valerie perhaps dying, and all of us expecting no future but slow death. So one can easily imagine how glad I was. I'm a man of the world, hardened, stoical, sophisticated. I could die. I wouldn't beg for life. I could take it as it came. We were saved. We were saved. I could have kissed his feet, whether I hated him or not. I could have run around in circles, laughing and crying. I went over and touched Gibbs's arm, and he was shaking and shivering with a nervous fit, and that helped me to cover up my own emotion. "Get hold of yourself, man," I said to brace him. "Valerie will get over what you did to her, I hope. We need you to help with her, and to tell the others, and Gibbs will sleep on board a ship." But did I say it was a night of horror? We told the others, yes. Lisa and Jones, who had been cook on Gibbs's yacht, were hysterical with joy, but it was too late for Galen, who had been mechanic on the yacht. We almost fell over him on the other side of the rock in Valerie's hideaway, a place where Galen had never bothered to go. He lay in the moonlight with his face turned up and his throat stretched, and so much blood had run out of him that he had a shriveled look. And at that there were only blood smears, not really much blood. That must have been because of the hunger and thirst. His throat was like Valerie's, but so very much worse, as though with Galen someone had had plenty of time. I looked at Gibbs with more distaste than I have ever looked at any man, and then, in his eyes, I read a blank amazement that had the look of utter, if drunken, innocence. Well, a drunk may commit murder and know nothing of it, even 2 or 3 murders sometimes. Yet Gibbs looked a bit like a little boy accused of breaking a window he hasn't been near. Well, it would all have to be thrashed out later. We had to get on the yacht and take care of Valerie. Tomorrow I will go on with this. Tomorrow? By my watch, which, being waterproof, has never stopped, it is tomorrow. By optical evidence, it still is night. Either the watch is bewitched, or these waters through which we sail, and the sky over us as well, or all of us. Valerie lives. She is weak, but improving. We all had a ghastly kind of meal on board the strange yacht, which should have been breakfast by my watch. The food consisted of 1 dish, of which our host alone partook with much gusto. I don't care for meat at breakfast, and while I sometimes like high seasoning, I didn't like this. but I suppose my state of mind affected my appetite. A special sort of wine was served Valerie, which seemed to do her good. She had almost to be carried to the table, and seemed half fainting when she got there. But after having some of that wine, she rallied tremendously. At our table were Gibbs and Lisa, Valerie and myself, and our host and captain, who calls himself Le Noir. The name suits him only too well. In fact, he resembles the Black One of legend, or in other words, the devil himself. He is swarthy, and his heavy brows meet in a V. His skull is long and narrow, and I don't like his looks. Valerie, sweet girl, has already managed to tell me that I dislike him because I'm afraid he knows more than I do. I told her truthfully that I am sure he does, and that I imagine some of his knowledge to be of a kind no decent man would want. Yet perhaps that was rather a foolish remark. I know nothing against Le Noir. He saved us, I suppose. That is, he took us off the rock. But I wish I knew where he is taking us. He has made no promises to port. We asked him if he was bound for any port in North or South America. We would have gone down on our knees in gratitude had he mentioned San Francisco. Instead, he said he was on a longish trip, which was off the steamer routes. Except for the fact that water is churning under our keel, I could imagine our course lay off the earth altogether. That sounds like an insane statement, but let me set down the facts. They are insane. The facts. Or say, indeed, that the very skies above us and waters beneath are all crazy and impossible. But the facts. It is, by my watch, 9 o'clock of an August morning, and I haven't skipped 12 hours or anything like that. Gibbs was awake while I took a short nap, and he assures me that it was a short one, of perhaps 2 hours' duration only. Well. Later. Well, to bring this up to the present moment again, let me try to describe the indescribable. I walk to the nearest port, which is heavily glassed. There are no decks on this little ship. We walked into it as into a submarine. Once in, we're in, and sealed away, it seems, from both outer air and freedom. I look out, up, down, a little forward and a little back toward our wake, and what I see is not so very strange, just natural enough, yet unnatural enough, to make me doubt my sanity. I know in the first place that it ought to be, by this time, nearly 10 in the morning. But above I see stars, and in the water that streams darkly and vaguely back I see stars once more. That in itself is not as I have ever seen it. As a ship rushes through ocean water, throwing it aside into ripples and furrows in even the calmest sea, it is impossible to see reflections of stars. Yet they are there beneath us. Nor are these reflections as broken as you would suppose. They are dim and faint, and the water seems to flow over them. Indeed, it is as though those reflections were other stars which shone upward from beneath the water over which we travel. The stars above us, on the contrary, are large and clear, and burning beyond anything I should have thought possible, even in the tropics. They quiver and sparkle a little, a very little indeed. Otherwise every star would have the appearance of a planet, so large and near they are. The nebulae are so brilliantly clear that to follow their convolutions gives me a feeling of dizzy sickness, as though I were too vividly imagining those unplumbable depths of the abyss. In fact, I dare not look out of the porthole long at a time, either downward or upward, because of the sickness that overwhelms me. It is all a part of the strangeness of the aspect of what should be a well-accustomed scene at sea. Granting that I must be wrong in the first place about it being 10 o'clock in the morning, granting that I must have lost a period of time. There it is. I am losing my grip on myself entirely. I did not sleep. It is morning. No, that way madness lies. One cannot look at the night sky, the night sea, and repeat that it is morning. Well, let that pass. I tear my dizzy eyes away from the awful beauty outside the port. That sky, in the starless tunnels between the nebulae, the awful, unparalleled blackness of it. The waters beneath our keel, those waters in which faint star images shine impossibly upward, those misty, milkily violet waters that seem to hold an unknown phosphorescence, that resemble drifting vapor quite as much as water. He is approaching, with Valerie. My God, I thought her face was white when we carried her on board this ship. Now it is whiter still, and in her eyes, those indescribable eyes of no colour and many colours, there is some sure and dreadful knowledge. She sways as she walks, and his arm goes around her, and I start forward. But the dizzy sickness I have been fighting overcomes me. The floor of the cabin swings upward, and for a little everything was black. I see that I have carried the present tense a bit too far in rendering legible the lines immediately before this. I fainted for a brief time, and then I was unable to write for a little, but I have found it possible to hold a pen again. He says the attacks of utter prostration will be intermittent, and each recovery more complete in the case of those of us who survive, and less complete in the case of those who will die. Let me write as fast as possible while I can. It seems to me that all of us will die. Our sufferings in the last half hour have been too intense. We are sailing, not the seas, but the skies. I have done with conjectures. I am recording things as they happen. This deadly sickness which overcomes us is space sickness. The name Le Noir gives it. It is the result of shifting from one gravity zone to another. This shift is, I suppose, in the nature of a fairly smooth gradient, although there may be variance beyond my calculation. We are leaving Earth and approaching the Moon. Of course, there are small comets, groupings of dark matter, too, everywhere in space, and these set up minor shifts of magnetic attraction. I think much of the wave-like procession of our attacks of nausea and utter prostration is due, however, to the efforts of our systems at adaptation. On board ship, you know, if one is seasick, one can withstand it for a while. One is submerged in misery and emerges, simply turns his head and is abjectly ill again. All of us have read fanciful accounts of space travel. Everything in the ship floats at a certain point. The nose of the ship directs itself forward toward the goal, but at a given place in the journey, up becomes down, and the drag of gravity which has had to be overcome changes to an accelerating force. It is all true, so far as it goes. But no writer of things imagined has ever even touched on the deadly shifting of the organs within the body, the very blood within the veins. The bottom of the spaceship is the bottom of the world, so far as you are concerned. Yes, but there is that gradual and sometimes lurching sense of shifting which is real. The reaction to everything out here where the drag of Earth and Moon are approaching equilibrium, and accordingly neither one a governing force. Out of 5 passengers, Le Noir has predicted that 1 or 2 of us will die. He has made captures such as this before. The mystery of the Mary S., the schooner whose crew disappeared with dinner cooking on the galley, is not a mystery to him. He has hinted at a fate which makes me pray almost for death for all of us. But the suffering. I am going under once more. My nose bleeds, my stomach and heart are bursting. Pressure is kept constant in the ship, but the pull from outside of things that are bigger than this little world of ours, things that shift and hurtle by unseen in the dark, too small to be seen as shooting stars from Earth, and too lightless, but large enough to tear us in pieces like bullets which need not enter the body to do their deadly work. Spears of gravity pull that invade us and are gone. I can write no more. perhaps never another line. Thank God, whatever happens, we're definitely within the governance of the moon's gravitational field now, and able to think and reason, even if all we can do is to face things bravely. Lenoir states coolly things I, having heard much, have heard of, but things few people have heard stated or formulated. Things about our solar system, so pleasantly and safely lifeless in space around our teeming Earth. Lenoir makes it seem to me very silly that the real minds of Earth unite in believing our planet likely to be the only one inhabited in the universe. Not that I ever thought that a very sensible idea, if only because of averages. What has happened once is likely, in the course of a million chances, to happen more than once. And since more than those millions of stars inhabit space, and among them are certainly at least some planets, and we know nothing about these stars or planets or the ability of life to adapt itself, well, it does seem quite possible that somewhere besides on Earth something or some things live. Some things live on the moon, according to Lenoir. He himself lives there, when business does not take him to Earth, or to Saturn, home of disintegrating souls. But the moon is our present concern. I perhaps am loath to write of the moon, after listening to Lenoir. The things which inhabit the moon do not live on it, says Lenoir, not at least to any great extent. His kingdom is not on the moon. Astronomers are not right in saying nothing ever moves on the light or dark faces of the moon, but they approach the truth more nearly in saying that than when they put it that the moon is uninhabited. There is a ghastly kingdom inside of the moon. You, who read or never read, have read vampire stories? Then you have heard mild stories meant for children. Vampires, you know, inhabit dark places, the dirt in which they are buried. They live by the blood of the living. They walk abroad only in the night. But on earth there is always their enemy, the sun. Men dwell on the earth, and earth's heavy atmosphere diffuses the sun's rays even into the deepest shadows on the sunward side. But even on the hemisphere of the moon's surface, lit glaringly by the sun, there are utterly black shadows, inky crater shadows into whose black depths no heavy air conveys the diffused sun rays, which are death to vampires. And you see that, day or night, there is no place on or in the moon where vampires may not find easy refuge. Now, consider those unlit caverns within the moon, its hollow center, with fissures extending to the surface, and you have something only too much like that hell our scientists know is impossible, because they have found in all the universe no place where they think it can be. They haven't thought much about the moon in this connection. Lenoir says there are many hells, as we might describe them. Many hells, perhaps then even a few heavens. It seems our scientists haven't gotten so far with their definite knowledge, but of course I never thought they had. It is so childish, their little fabric of what can and what cannot be, so pitifully childish when you think how near the earth is to the moon, not very far from Saturn even, and nothing but cold emptiness between earth and other places that are worse. Lenoir hints at these horrors till I think he hopes we may go insane. Jones is dead, died of the space sickness. Lisa's bleeding wrist, wounded by Gibbs, who loves her, was the thing that brought Lenoir's attention to us, that invited him among us. And Galen's death on the rock. Lenoir did that before he began on Valerie, and then came Gibbs. That horrible first breakfast on his ship. There was blood in that, which made us easier victims of his intended doom for us, for he wants to break our wills, to bring us willingly into his moon caverns of hell. For our blood and our souls Lenoir had hovered near, and I think over the rock that was a hell on earth, waiting the darker horrors of crime, murder, madness, cannibalism, to prepare the way for him to reach our very souls. Lisa interrupted me here. She has read what I have written on the ship. She says she likes Lenoir, that he has been telling tales for fools, and that we're in good hands. Space travel? You lunatic, she said gaily. Seasickness and gullibility. You can see the water under the ship, overside out the port. You can see a sort of liquid air which has clung to our ship as she tore out through Earth's atmosphere, which grew heavy and visible in the cold of outer space. Lenoir says that a slight seepage of warmth from out the ship has kept it liquid, or it would be ice, and through it, through that water beneath our keel, if we have a keel, you can see the fixed stars of outer space. Over the ship the air is thin, like a thin veil of vapor. See how the stars burn up there through that little film of air? The bottom of the ship swings toward wherever gravity is pulling us, or downward. Whether down for the moment means the earth we left, the moon we approach, or some small lump of matter wandering through space. And so the heaviest and most liquid air swings down, too, beneath us, giving the illusion of water, of strange water, through which we see empty space and stars. You see, Lisa? Anyone on Earth would know that you're crazy, Michael, she said. You take Lenoir seriously, don't you? I like him. When we get to Frisco, I'll have you taken to a hospital. You need rest. A gong sounds through the ship, which seems to rock in space with the sonorous vibration. I've been writing only a little after each incident, each discovery. Now I feel that I will have to put these notes by. I shall fold them compactly and place them in my vest pocket. Fortunately, my handwriting is very small. The end of the journal. At Lenoir's summons, we all went forward into that part of his spaceship which he has heretofore excluded us from. The whole curved, streamlined front of the vessel is made of heavy glass, and we're able to see ahead of us. God, the awful glory of the sight! We were fast approaching the moon on its bright side. The curved, luminous shield stretched out until it filled the sky from horizon to horizon. What had been only a few moments before a fantastically near, tremendous heavenly orb was become a landscape, but a landscape such as was never seen on Earth. Brilliance beyond all power of description, the practically airless, arid desert reflecting the bright fury of the sun's rays clear as they traversed the empty ether. And yet shadows huge and monstrous, knife-keen and goblin-esque, shadows of those awful mountains of the moon, those dizzy declivities and craters fit for man's nightmares, but not his mortal seeing. This, then, is why I have headed this last short bit of my hopeless journal, The End. This, and what comes after. With unexpected ease, Lenoir's spaceship slowed and drifted like a cloud. Lower she swung, and settled easily as a falling feather into the mouth of one of the black craters, and so on down, down. I thought we were going direct to that awful moon center of which Lenoir had spoken, but for some reason he delays bringing us to what I think of now as the ultimate hell. This is because he wants to break us utterly, to weaken us all with suspense, and there are probably factors involved of which I cannot even dream. One thing I know, Valerie resists him with a strength which neither he nor any of her companions had expected. Each look that has passed between them in this last hour has been like the crossing of swords. Well, as I said, Lenoir delayed our ultimate descent. The spaceship came to rest on a ledge only a little way below the surface of the moon, and he has left us and gone on down the crater, which leads, he said, into the very center of the moon. He opened the hatch of the ship, and heavy, damp, but quite breathable air poured in. What keeps it here inside the moon, since none to speak of is on the moon's surface? I asked him that, as he prepared to leave the ship. His answer was like the blow which I half expected to accompany it. Gravity, fool! The moon is hollow, I've told you, having far greater viscosity than the atmosphere of Earth. Toward the center the air is very dense. You will all suffer new pangs in descending. Be ready to accompany me when I come back. If you seek escape, the way back to the surface is clear, but there is no air up there. Of course there is suicide, but it is not supposed to have God's blessing even on more blessed planets. While there is life, hope on. Hope, all of you, for the unspeakable joys of dwelling with ghouls and vampires. He laughed. I have never heard such laughter. On Earth it would be insane, but it fits this place well enough. He went a little further down and passed into a side tunnel, and as he went from sight, I swear that the serpentine look returned to him, which he had when I first saw him, and then the shadows of wings extended from his cloak, so that he was both serpent and winged thing, with the wings of a bat. I should call him Satan himself, but he has said that there are many hells in space, so perhaps there are many devils. None of us will ever see any other place than this, but I pray to God that there may be in the universe as well places that are bright and lovely, and as blessed as this place is accursed. This is the end of the journal, I know, but not the end it seemed to be. Here in this ghoul-haunted horror we have found, not hope, but courage, not escape, but in the very face of death a glimpse of paradise. Valerie, whom I have tried to hate, Valerie, who has lived in the past for the sake of a vanished love, came to me with a strange light upon her face. "Is this your true self, Michael?" she asked, and there was something like awe in her voice. "I have never imagined anything finer or braver. You spoke out loud. You said you prayed that there might be in the universe places lovely and bright, which we would never see. Your prayer seemed to put a new heart in me. At the worst, last moment, there must be something better than despair. Suicide, Lenoir spoke of. The death that is accursed. But what if we die fighting, trying to escape? Even if there is not one chance in a million, that is not suicide. Michael, I have told you, and you have laughed at me, that I can hear Carey, especially in times of crisis. He is dead, you always say and sneer. But I hear him, not his voice exactly, his thought. Just now it was courage which I drew from you, that cleared my mind so that I felt his presence. I have been hearing, really hearing with my auditory sense, I mean, a strange, rushing noise. Haven't you? We have been miserable, preoccupied, but it is clear, a sound like the rushing of water or a great wind. I want to follow the sound, to find out what it is, if only because Lenoir spoke of no such thing, and so it can't be of great interest to him. Besides, in the noise there is a sound like music, sublime, deep-toned, like an organ note, a chord on a mighty organ. Possibly even he did not want us to know what it is, or to notice it. But when my mind cleared just now, I felt that a beginning to whatever resistance we can make, or effort to hide. Something there must be which we can attempt. I must follow that sound, find what it leads to. Will you come, Lisa and Gibby? You will, won't you? Anything is better than to wait for Lenoir's return. And you, Michael, you will go with me? Yes, I would go with her, although Lisa and Gibbs were far too broken, too uncertain. They were both hopeless and resigned. Maybe Lenoir was not so hideously bad. Were ghouls and vampires and hell within the white moon possible? Yet, was it possible to have come where we had come, away from Earth to her bleak satellite? There was nothing to do then. Wait, and see how bad things were. So I went with Valerie, who cried over Gibbs and Lisa, not over us. We were seeking a grail. Escape there is none, so call it that. We dare to seek escape where there is none, a victory that cannot be. The crater's sides were steep and almost dark. There was a dim phosphorescence, however, and we found that the sides of the crater were honeycombed with tunnels like the one Lenoir had disappeared in. We did not follow him, but followed the sound Valerie had spoken of, and it was indeed like the rushing of water, or a mightier wind than any I had ever heard. The rocky structure of the moon is different from that of Earth. Composed, as we know, of the same elements, they are somehow differently textured, for there is a transparence about the moon. Incredible as it seems, at one place in the tunnel, where the ceiling must have been very thin, I had felt that when we were ascending, I saw dimly but clearly the glowing orb of the sun, and even tinier glittering points of light that were the far stars. And there was a place where the rock floor beneath our feet was thin too, and we looked with unspeakable horror into what must have been a part of Lenoir's hell. Imagine murderers, degenerates, such dregs of humanity as we call human fiends. Imagine them hurtling on their downward path of disintegration until they are in truth inhuman, until nature conforms their bodies to their black minds, and sneering features and monstrous deformities portray the spirits that inform them. Imagine the cast-off species of the long, winding trail of evolution, monsters in the animal kingdom dating back to the age of the behemoths, back to the reptilian forms of old Earth, back farther to jelly-like amorphous monstrosities unnamed and undreamed of. Imagine these freaks, too horrid to survive on Earth, having established themselves within our near neighbor, the moon, and bred and changed strangely there, crossing themselves with the cast-off spawn of humanity that inhabits here with them, a world of men and monsters and demons mixed together, having one thing in common, a constant reiteration of the serpent and bat types, however grotesquely altered, always that. Limned against a dim phosphorescence from below, through the dark, clear, glass-like ledge beneath our feet, we looked down upon this, and shuddered and clung together, nearly fainting, I as well as Valerie, when a huge winged reptile that was yet man and monster both swooped upward toward us in wild gyrations, bearing gripped in its slavering jaws a dangling corpse, and one we'd recognized, newly born, unknown to us, to this place by Lenoir, Galen, brought here from the rock where last we saw his mutilated body, Galen making a feast for the winged dark thing that tittered. Even the sound came to our ears, echoing in the silence. It was Valerie who partly recovered first, and drew me on. The rushing sound came to us, close ahead in the darkness. Down a second tunnel we darted, and felt a current of air drawing us on, growing into a wind, into a steady, strong gale. I said that this was the end of the journal. Now, at last, it is. The very end. We are going on with the rushing wind. We are going to hurl ourselves into the crater shaft ahead, up which we can see and we believe understand it roars. The crater shaft ahead is visible to us now, in wonder and horror visible. Its sides are smooth as glass, and as reflectant. They are so worn by the upward rush of air, which at this point escapes under pressure from within the planet, out into space itself. They're iridescent, shimmering, mother of pearl. No, they are like the shifting glimmer that inhabits the moonstone. They seem to reflect the changes in the shifting of sound in the mighty diapason of the organ chord of the air, rushing up the crater shaft from the very center of the moon. We have spoken together, clinging to each other here just where the onward sweep of air might still be resisted. From the terrific force of that upward current, We believe it rushes out into space with sufficient velocity to bear our bodies, it may be, and we pray, beyond the reach of the moon's gravity pull. To wander out on the airless surface of the moon, that was merely suicide and hardly worthwhile. Lenoir himself suggested it. I think he would have captured us and dragged us back. Perhaps not even dead. Perhaps there is, after all, enough air out there to sustain existence for a little while. In any case, he would have brought us back, our bodies, if we died there. And there would be the fate of Galen, whose corpse we saw in the horrible jaws of the tittering monster. No. This way ahead lies hope, hope of a death that is clean. We have prayed that our surmise may be right. We hope only for this, escape, clasped in each other's arms, into the utterly lifeless void between the planets, there to be forever unknown, unguessed, undreamed of, frozen meteors that were a man and woman locked together. I am about to wrap the twine which I still carry, and which is very strong, about us, hoping that it will help us cling together as the mighty current sweeps us into space. We want to stay together as we are going. Valerie suggests that I fling my finely written and now completed manuscript ahead of us, corked in the flat gin bottle, which I have all this time carried with the ball of twine. No reason, only to watch its going as a little preliminary before we ourselves go. The ball of twine. Last time I used it, it was to save Lisa's life by tying it to a limpet and forcing the limpet down her throat after she had swallowed poison. I pulled the twine and saved her life, and now she is back there in the spaceship as she preferred, she and Gibby half believing in Lenoir, because it is the easiest thing to do. Like Valerie, I am sorrier for them than for us. I think we have found a clean death, and there have been other lovers commemorated in the sky as constellations. We will not be exactly that, and no one will know of our fate, but it is not an ignoble one. And so I will proceed to seal this within the bottle, and hurl it into the outward-bound cyclone, and locked in each other's arms, we will walk forward until it takes us. Editorial comment by editor of The Investigator. Speculation will be rife concerning the foregoing document. Michael Sidney's is too prominent a name to be discredited in the world of letters, whatever be the material appended to it. Yet the foregoing is of a nature utterly unparalleled, even in the world of imaginative fiction, to which many will wish to consign this against the author's express denial that it is anything but the truth. Sidney's graphic account of the deadly space sickness from gravity shifting, his description of a world within a hollow moon, his account of an upward geyser of air escaping into space with such force that human bodies are borne by it beyond the reach of the moon's gravity attraction, and to link Sidney's foregoing story with the sequel as told to the press by many and diverse reporters into the field of Earth's magnetic attraction. To take up the only phase of the affair on which Sidney makes no comment, since he himself has learned of it only through the accounts of others. On the night of August 30th, 3 urgent communications were received by groups of spiritualists holding meetings at the 3 largest Pacific Coast ports of the United States, Seattle, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. These communications were beyond all precedent, according to those attending these widely separated seances, urgent and clear. They purported to be given by one who called himself Carrie Dawn. They gave a specific latitude and longitude in the South Pacific Ocean, and urged that rescue parties be sent there with all haste for the rescue of Mrs. Valerie Dawn, the widow of Carrie Dawn, Michael Sidney, explorer, and possibly Arthur Kay and Lisa Gibbs. So unusual and insistent were the communications, given in one case by rappings, in another by trance mediumship, and in a third by what was claimed to be a partially materialized control speaking for Kerry Dawn from the other world, that long-distance telephone calls were exchanged between the three spiritualistic societies. Before morning, these were supplemented by hasty investigations, which established the truth as to identity of the relationship between Valerie and Kerry Dawn, and also the protracted absence of such a party as was described on the sailing yacht of Arthur K. Gibbs, owner. The Coast Guard was appealed to and declined to take action. However, one of the members of the group in Seattle was very wealthy and a partner in a shipping concern, and before noon the next day managed to have a fast steam yacht dispatched to the latitude and longitude given in the three diversely received messages. The result of this expedition has been widely read and lightly credited. This is because we simply do not believe things we are not prepared to believe. Even I, John Graham, editor of The Investigator, offer no personal opinion. But the evidence of all on board the rescue ship is as follows. On arriving at the given latitude and longitude at a point in the South Pacific, all on board were amazed to see two small icebergs floating in the warm waters of the sea, not far from each other. On investigation, it was found that within each iceberg, frozen in the center, were a couple, a man and woman, clinging to each other, and having on their faces expressions of utter terror. The ice was gently and carefully chipped and melted by artificial heat, supplementing the action of the sun and warm Pacific water, which had already acted upon it, of course. The man and woman encased in each iceberg were carefully removed to the deck of the Northbound, and watched with the closest anxiety. After a little, life returned to the apparently inanimate corpses. All four were perfectly rational, and exhibited in the beginning a delirious joy at finding themselves on the yacht Northbound, and immediately afterward an intense desire to relate the events detailed in Sidney's manuscript, in every point of which the four agree. The identity of the four was, of course, easily established. This practically completes the case, except for one very interesting detail. While melting away the ice encasing Sidney and Valerie Dawn, the flat gin bottle containing the manuscript, just as he had thrown it before him into the geyser of air, was taken out. Hence, the foregoing is not furnished by Michael Sidney from memory, but is verbatim his diary, as recorded from time to time during the moon journey, the shipwreck, and the sojourn on the moon and flight from Lenoir's spaceship. I have discussed the theoretical and scientific features of the whole thing with Sidney, over a dinner for two that lasted until the dawn. The air which bore them up the moon crater and far into outer space solidified around them, liquefying and freezing with terrific rapidity in the absolute cold into which they entered. The bodies of all four were frozen, of course, and preserved alive in the frozen condition in the same manner in which, experimentally, dogs have been frozen and later thawed and revived in the laboratory. The gin bottle was frozen into the large berg containing Sidney and Valerie Dawn because its small volume offered so little surface to the uprushing air that it moved upward slowly and was overtaken by the bodies of the man and woman who shortly afterward hurled themselves, clasped in each other's embrace, into the uprushing air geyser. The friendship between the four who were rescued in the South Pacific is of a nature which might in itself testify to shared experiences of unparalleled beauty and terror, horror and victory over almost certain destruction. Valerie Dawn and Michael Sidney repeatedly expressed their delight that Gibbs and his wife had followed them during the voyage back to Seattle on the Northbound. It is hard not to digress into the personal and human side of a story, an experience so breathtaking, but to return again to the scientific features or theories of Sidney's manuscript and account. The encasing shroud of frozen air was large enough to protect the bodies of the four men and women in a state of suspended animation through the encounter with the Earth's atmosphere and the plunge deep into the waters of the ocean, through which the bergs rose again upward to float on the surface of the water until the advent of the northbound. In space travel fiction, anything plunging with meteor speed into the Earth's atmosphere flames and burns to an ash, unless it be a spaceship of resistant metal. We have here, however, the unprecedented hard coldness of space-frozen air. We have, likewise, in defense of Sidney's explanation of events otherwise utterly inexplicable, the oft-reiterated accounts in the late Charles Fort's writings of apports from the sky. Small animals, often of the lower orders such as periwinkles, snakes, and toads, each being encased in a sheath of ice. Here, then, is a definite check of a highly evidential nature. But it is, I predict, one which will not interest scientists. The hollow moon, the ancient, brittle satellite, drying and cracking, leaving great internal fissures, and then a hollow center into which gravity draws down as by a great sucking process the atmosphere which encircled it, as it first was torn from earth. What could be more reasonable? In its very reasonableness I find another check, but I offer no opinion. The investigator publishes authenticated accounts of unusual happenings, and quotes the reasonable explanations offered in their substantiation. Beyond that, it does not go. Before this issue of the Investigator goes to press, the newspapers will have announced the marriage of Michael Sidney and Valerie Dawn. Open letter to readers of the Investigator. To you, the readers, I have been permitted by my friend Mr. Graham, editor of the Investigator, to write these few words directly. The Investigator is the journal of the open-minded, and Mr. Graham's editorial comments are fair in the extreme. However, I feel that the facts in the above truthfully recorded document demand something more. These few words are in the nature of an appeal, of an attempt to awaken Earth from her dream of security, an entreaty to arrive at some real knowledge of the moon. Only after understanding and knowledge can come even the remotest policy of a planned defense, and defense against such terrible neighbors we must have. There is much which I had no time to write in my journal, much that haunts my memory, waking and sleeping. There is the remembered vision of the brilliantly glaring orb hanging in the sky before our approaching spaceship, of things noted swiftly and in terror that live again more clearly in the memory. The vampire demons, the monster ghouls who inhabit the moon, our near neighbor in the heavens, have, I think, given a ghastly life in death to the satellite herself, as maggots creeping in the bare skull of a corpse vivify it. The face of the man in the moon, when it hung before us it grinned like the face of a skull, and toward an orifice lined with tooth-like crags did the spaceship sink, and into it enter, as into a ghastly maw. The mighty gust of air that swept us out of a connected crater was like the exhalation of a giant's breath, incalculably prolonged. May there be in turn a long inhalation, when air diffused through nearby space is drawn in again through dreadful crater nostrils? Those dread forms of nightmare life, Lenoir and his kingdom of monsters, what do they resemble so much as nightmare forms materialized? They inhabit the hollow center of the skull in its vampire death in life, the skull that is the moon. Only in the realm of metaphysics might one even conjecture the nature of the relationship between moon and moon monsters. This is the wildest conjecture only. I have come to feel that our dead satellite is in itself a wicked, menacing thing. Have we not always felt it? Do not astronomers regard our moon with unease and point out that some day she will perhaps fall toward the earth to our destruction? Do not poets paint word pictures attributing malign influences to the orb of night, even while they recognized the sentimental potency of her white light. There was the moon of Oscar Wilde's Salome, that moon that rode the sky in quest of dead things. My space is limited. I feel that never again will I or mine be in extreme peril from le noir and those who inhabit the moon, though as to that only God knows. But I cry out to the world to waken from the dream of false security into which they strike at times, and may strike more widely and terribly. At least, let us be on guard. Michael Sidney. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,